Alright, welcome back to the Hungry Lamb. To this hopefully final stream of this game. My hopes are there, but the likelihood is very low, sadly. But hey, I have my hopes up. We got this. We can bring those two to a happy ending. I want to see a happy ending, and if it's not a happy ending, we're gonna go for the other true ending that there is in this game. Okay? Because I cannot for the life of me accept this already so dark, murky, and very, very, I don't know, devastating game to also end on a very sad note. I cannot go with that. So we are gonna have a happy ending, and that is my goal today. Alright. Let's switch. We probably have like 2 chapters to go or so, but hopefully we can get this all to a close, and then should be here, yeah, to be alive. And then. But Mom's dead. Amidst the darkness, I heard Mom's voice. I opened my eyes. Mom was leaning against my bed while grabbing my sweaty arms. She furrowed her brows with a worried look. I had a nightmare. Because of the dream I had just had, I woke up drenched in cold sweat and my head was buzzing. I reached out and touched my face, feeling 2 streaks of tears on it. I must have cried in my sleep.
穗儿，睡得好好的，你怎么就哭了？
我刚才做了一个噩梦。
噩梦？
A very bad one. I hope that this whole flashback was only a bad dream, but I don't think so. I recounted the dream I just had to my mom, my voice trembling and choked with sobs. The dream was really scary. In the dream, our family experienced a great calamity and none of us had anything to eat. Dad went somewhere far to sell the family heirloom in exchange for some food, but he never came back. And sometime after that, my younger brother died. Mom went mad as well and cooked my brother's flesh. I thought Mom was going to kill me, so I went out to find some wild grass for her to eat. When I returned, I found out Mom had hung herself.
嘘，不要再说了。穗儿，怎么能说这么不吉利的事儿？一会儿你爹回家听到了，可要揍你。
He's going to beat you up, alright? I described my dream to Mom, and the more she listened, the angrier she got. She thought the dream I described was ominous and made a gesture as if she was going to hit me.
爹爹什么时候回来呀？
Yeah, when is he coming back, faceless Mom? I squinted my eyes while I dodged Mom's fake move and asked about Dad. I really wanted to see Dad. I was worried that something might happen to him. Like it did in my dream.
Sir!
At this moment, I suddenly heard my dad's shout. Dad stepped into the door, carrying a huge bag on his back and a warm smile on his face. Yeah, okay, this is a dream. Otherwise, we would have seen some faces. I immediately got out of bed, dashed over and hugged Dad's thigh.
哎，穗儿乖啊，爹爹回来了。
Daddy is back, alright. Dad smiled and stroked my head.
怎么，你把传家宝卖了吗？卖了多少钱？
Mom asked Dad somewhat eagerly, wanting to know how much she sold the family heirloom for.
没卖。
You didn't? Oh, what happened that you're so happy then? Dad gave her a hearty laugh.
啊？为什么没卖？
因为这个传家宝是无价之宝，有了它，我们一直都能吃饱，肯定不能卖啊。
Dad spoke with a smile, joyfully glancing at the bag behind him. He put the bag on the bed and took the family heirloom out from it. The family heirloom was a piece of greyish-white meat with concentric ring patterns on it. It wriggled slowly as if it was alive.
贵儿，你总算发现传家宝的妙用了。
Yep, a dream. All right. Grandma suddenly popped up out of nowhere, praising Dad in a mysterious manner.
爹爹，为什么这个能让我们一直吃饱呀？
Uh-huh. Always keep us fed. What is this mystery mead? That never ends, apparently. Do we have our own golden goose and meat form or what? My brother also asked Dad curiously as he held out onto my dad's other thigh. Grandma and my brother appeared all of a sudden. I wasn't sure where they were hiding before. I actually didn't see them at all.
哎呀，说来话长了。其实啊，我本来是打算把这传家宝卖了。
Mm-hmm.
可出去的第一天晚上，我抱他睡的时候，听到了神仙的声音。
The deity's voice, you say?
神仙说，这传家宝是他钓的神仙肉，他心善，想要救咱们家，便教给我用这肉的方法。
Oh, tell me more.
他说，把这肉泡在水里煮，它就会越煮越多，吃多少长多少，根本吃不完的。
And why didn't we try that before? Dad excitedly shared with us, his eyes gleaming with joy.
这么好的事，哎，那我们快煮了这肉啊！穗儿，你去劈柴。
When she heard it, Mom also shared Dad's joy. She quickly urged me to go chop some wood. Seeing them like that, I also felt overjoyed. However, I was also a bit worried. Even if the deity allowed us to eat its meat, is it still fine to eat it? Nothing would happen to us, right? What exactly does deity meat taste like? With a curious mindset, I gathered dry firewood in a corner of the house.
姐姐，拿这个劈。
What? My brother handed me a knife. This knife didn't look like it was used to chop wood. Instead, it looked like a cleaver for chopping meat.
劈柴的刀呢？嘿嘿，没有，只有这一把了。
The only one left. Oh, I see. My brother looked at me and smiled, revealing his canines. He must be playing mean intentionally and making it hard for me to chop wood. That was why he gave me this cleaver instead. But whatever, I didn't want to scold him. I took the cleaver anyway. It could be used to chop wood if I exerted more force. I swung the cleaver in my hand, chopping the firewood. Every time I chopped a piece of wood, my brother would throw it into the stove. As I chopped the wood, I stole glances at Dad beside me. Dad was making a fire nearby, preparing to cook the deity meat in the pot. He chatted here and there with Mom and speculated about how the deity meat would taste. After a long while, I had worked so hard that my clothes were drenched with sweat, but I finally chopped all the wood.
爹爹，这神仙肉真的会越煮越多吗？
I threw the last piece of firewood under the pot and then asked Dad skeptically.
当然会了，不信你过来看呐。
Dad smiled while he spoke, and he made a gesture for me to come and see. I wiped off the sweat from my forehead, threw away the cleaver, and then leaned over the pot to check it out. The pot was boiling, the broth simmering, and the deity meat bobbing up and down. I kept staring at it. Initially, I didn't notice much meat, but gradually, as the deity meat was cooked, It actually multiplied into a bunch of pork. I shouted happily. I was drooling non-stop while I looked at the cooked pork.
多了，真的多了！
肉多的都冒出来了，快拿碗来盛肉。
Yeah, let's grab that meat, huh? Mom and my brother talked while gathering around the pot. Dad then grabbed the bowl to serve the meat to us.
来，穗儿先吃一块，彩儿再吃一块。
Oh, you're giving me the meat first. How very nice of you, Dad.
连云吃一块，咱娘再吃一块。
Lian Yu? Dad kept serving us meat, dividing it among the bowls. I took the bowl Dad handed me and started eating the meat. I took a bite of it, born from the deity meat. This meat looked and smelled like pork, but it tasted a bit different. The meat was tougher, making it difficult to bite into. But I was too hungry. It had been so long since I had meat, so I bit a huge chunk. Only after the meat went down my stomach and I got the aftertaste of it did I realize there was a sour taste to it. So sour and so gamey. The smell of the meat born from the deity meat reminded me of the kitten's meat that we cooked at home not long ago. Although I didn't eat it, I remembered that smell by heart. Hi, little one. Huh? Suddenly, I heard the kitten meowing. The kitten that I once had suddenly came up to my feet and started meowing at me. She rubbed her head against me in a joyful manner, then sat down, wagging her tail and licking her paw. I must have remembered it wrong. It turned out we actually never ate the kitten.
姐姐，煮的肉好吃吗？还行，挺好吃的。
穗儿，也来吃吃这块生肉吧。我试了一块，味道可好了，
Raw
比
meat?
煮熟了要好吃。
My brother and mother handed me pieces of meat one after another. My brother gave me cooked meat, while my mother gave me raw meat. Okay, so I was correct in presuming that we chopped up mother. I had already tried the cooked meat, and by now I think I had a bit too much of it. So I became interested in the raw meat and stared at the piece my mother had.
娘，这块肉是怎么来的？
你劈柴的时候，我砍了一块神仙肉，它自己长出来的。
Ah.
啊？爹爹不是说了，得丢在锅里煮，肉才会越来越多吗？
Right.
哎呀，因为咱们家有福，神仙多赏给咱们的。
Dad explained to me while smiling. Upon hearing my dad's words, I felt relieved of any suspicion and became even happier. So I moved closer to Mom and started nibbling on the piece of raw meat she handed me. The raw meat, cradled in my mother's palm, was pink. I was like a greedy kitten, burying my head in her hand and biting directly into the meat she handed me. It was a bit hard to bite into, however, it was really delicious. Mom was right. The meat from the deity meat didn't necessarily have to be cooked. It was delicious, raw as well. Eating it raw allowed me to fully appreciate the meat's flavor. As I chewed, I could feel the taste of blood surging to my head, bringing waves of exhilaration. I quickly devoured the meat. I was scared to starve again, so I kept eating, not daring to stop for a second. Every time I finished a piece, Mom passed me a new one. It seemed we indeed didn't have to worry about being hungry.
穗儿，慢点吃就行，不着急。
Mom saw how I devoured the meat and laughed softly. Dad, Grandma, and the kitten also laughed. I didn't respond to them and just buried myself in the meat as I kept eating. I was really starving. I needed to keep eating non-stop. However, after I dug in for a little while, I noticed something unusual.
娘，
怎么了？
I spat out the thing I just ate. It was strands of dark fiber on my hand, and I picked them up to examine them closely. I thought they were wild grass at first, but then, upon close inspection, they startled me.
娘，有点不对劲。
怎么不对劲了？
Yeah, this is too dragged out for me, but okay.
神仙肉里怎么长你的头发？
With teary eyes, I asked Mom in a trembling voice. After I asked that question, it seemed like my mom froze in place. Her once gentle smile became stiff and she remained motionless like a statue. Dad, Grandma, my little brother, and even the kitten who were all laughing moments ago stopped moving, as though they'd become a painting. I was living in a painting, the only one capable of moving. I screamed in horror and raised my hands to tear apart the canvas before me. Shadows swirled around me as my fantasy quickly shattered and crumbled. It was all a lie. There was no one else. I sat alone in the empty house. I held the cleaver in my left hand and a lump of flesh in my right. I froze in place, motionless. Thick blood oozed through the gaps in my palm, dripping onto the floor with a steady rhythm. Flies came buzzing around, sickening me. Pungent smell of blood filled the room, saturating every breath. Darkness crept up my arm little by little, consuming every inch of my skin. I wasn't hungry anymore. Exhaustion, weakness, the sensation of skin covering my hands disappeared, but in their place was a more unpleasant discomfort. I retched, unsure if it was due to nausea or sorrow. I tried hard to vomit. I wanted to puke something out, but my efforts were in vain. Perhaps my stomach knew what I needed better than my brain. It wouldn't let me puke anything that would keep me alive. Mom. Little brother. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was so hungry that I couldn't tell. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. You won't blame me, right? Say something, anything. Say something. Early in the morning, I stepped out of the house, leaving bloody footprints. I stepped on fallen leaves and mud until I reached a cliff about half a mile from home. The wind was cold on the cliff, and below it was pitch black, making it impossible to gauge its depth. The night wind brushed against me, and I felt alive in a way I never had before. It was also the first time I felt such a profound sense of wanting not to be alive. The kitten, Grandma, Dad, my little brother, Mom, they were all gone. It was all like a nightmare. I wanted to wake up from that nightmare. So long as I jumped from the cliff, I'd wake up. Just jump. I took a step forward. My eyes were closed, but I stopped with my foot in midair. It's all right, sir. You're not going to starve to death. You're going to survive and live a very long life. I wasn't sure why, but when I was about to jump, The words Dad had said to me back then echoed in my ears. His voice lingered, making me feel nostalgic. Dad, where exactly did you go? Dad, why didn't you come back? I wasn't sure if Dad was really dead or not. He spoke to me before I was going to jump off the cliff. That made me feel like he might still be alive. If Dad was still alive, then I should be too. Then, one day I will find him. I will tell him of all the agony I had to go through. Then we will continue on living as long as we have each other. If Dad died, if he was murdered, then I would get revenge for Dad, for our family. He would kill whoever killed him. No, I must kill the bastard. Early the next morning, I cut off half of my hair with a knife and carried the knife with me. To be able to stay alive longer, I knelt and begged for my family's forgiveness. I then brought part of my brother and my mom with me in a bag on my back. Finally, I set a fire, burned the house down, and embarked on my journey. I died. The past me starved to death in this house. I was a corpse that died of hunger. I survived. The current me, with the help of my family, had survived and was someone who would move forward. I needed to be alive. I wasn't staying alive for myself, but for my family members who passed away. I needed to find the truth about Dad not coming back. If I couldn't find Dad, or if I found out Dad was already dead, then I must seek revenge for my family and become the retribution for the sworn enemy who murdered Dad. That was the only reason for the dead me to continue living. The fireworks had finished and the curfew was approaching Luoyang. The lights in the city were extinguishing one by one. Street vendors were packing up their stalls, discussing how much silver they had earned that day. Soldiers were banging their drums, announcing the curfew before midnight, but pedestrians on the road continued their leisurely strolling. Adults held the children by the hands and youths supported the elderly. People in the city walked in pairs or groups, chatting and laughing as they headed home. Beggars gathered together, huddling in corners. Some were already asleep, while others watched the passerby returning home, their eyes revealing a hint of envy. I felt out of place among the people of the city. I hurriedly navigated through the crowd, walking against the flow of people, searching for the figure I just lost. Mansi was gone. She had mentioned needing to relieve herself during the fireworks, but then she disappeared. I couldn't understand why she had vanished. Yes, she had indeed run off. But I couldn't fathom why. I wasn't planning on selling her anymore, and I wasn't going to send her to her death at the hands of the swine demon, nor make her a child bride. So why did she run? Had she encountered some danger, like being abducted? That was a possibility. However, she was always very cautious, and it was hard for me to imagine her being kidnapped. I searched through the nearby slums, rundown temples, and under bridges, encountering many refugees and beggars, but I didn't find her. Where on earth had she gone? It was time for curfew in the city. The streets were deserted. The night watchmen patrolled, banging their drums and repeating the same phrases. It was forbidden to be outside during curfew. If caught by the night watchman, one would face punishment, so I had no choice but to return to the inn first. Well, I'll try looking for her again tomorrow. Been searching for nearly 2 hours now and still couldn't find her. She probably wasn't abducted. Even if she were, I shouldn't worry too much. That Brad was quite clever. It wouldn't take long for her to figure her way out to safety. If she truly wanted to leave on her own, then so be it. Perhaps she just simply didn't want to stay with me anymore. I'll get some rest first. I lay in my bed, repeating reassuring words over and over in my mind, but I still couldn't fall asleep after a while. I got up, checked the latch on the room door and made sure my blade was by my side, and then went back to bed. Just sleep. Whatever, I'll figure it out tomorrow. The darkness quickly pulled my consciousness into a slumber. Not long after, I fell asleep and my consciousness also slipped into a dream. More backstory. Heavy rain poured down in torrents. The sound of the rain was like a continuous stream. It was as if the sky had split open and raindrops cascaded down like beads from the sky. It had been a long time since I had seen such a rain. I was standing on the street in Luoyang, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. This place should have been bustling, but now it was deserted due to the rain. I walked forward, aimlessly, trying to find a place to stay, but came across a strange sight. The sides of the road were littered with corpses, all of which were people I had killed. Most had their throats slit, some were missing limbs, and a few were cleaved in half. Their deaths gruesome beyond imagination. They were mostly men. Their eyes and mouths were half open, crawling, pleading, and crying in my direction. Their faces, once forgotten, were now vivid in my memory. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. There were so many of them. The final breaths were long overdue, but hushed whispers still escaped their mouths. I could vaguely catch their words. They were cursing me, wishing for my demise. So annoying. So goddamn annoying. I hastened my pace, dashing through the rain, desperate to leave those people behind and never see them again. During the 2 years when I was fleeing from the famine, I killed people because I had no choice. For each life I took, I saved another. Sometimes I had to kill people to save my own life. During the years when I was abandoned, I also killed people because I had no choice. What else could a homeless man like me do? What else was I supposed to do besides banditry to survive? My dude, didn't you say to the Magus just earlier, find yourself some work? Why didn't you listen to your own advice? Now, I'm becoming a good person and did good things. Those kids, so I'm not a wolf anymore. I'll be a good person from now on. I'll stop killing people. Don't bother me anymore. I kept repeating that in my mind, my steps getting faster and faster. Finally, I shook off those people I had killed. Whoosh, whoosh. A soft breeze passed by, causing me to pause in my tracks. The sky remained dark, as if the entire sky was on the verge of collapsing, ready to crush the entire city. However, the rain stopped. The instant the rain stopped and I shook off those people, I saw a familiar figure. The far end of the road stood a slender figure. Mansui. Mansui was standing at the far end of the street in Luoyang with her back toward me. She was standing on the street just after it had rained. The pavement reflected her figure like a bronze mirror, making her look as though she was standing on a river. She was soaked, maybe drenched from the storm. Her hair, matted with water, clung to the nape of her neck. Droplets covered her body, and wet clothes clung to her skin, clearly outlining her slender figure. Could we stop sexualizing this 11-year-old child? Thank you very much. Hey, little Brett. I quickly took a few steps forward, trying to approach her. Regardless, the appearance of the little Brett still put me at ease. I got closer and reached out to pat her shoulder. She shivered, seemingly surprised to my touch, but she didn't turn back. Why didn't she turn back and look at me? Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Suddenly, the rain intensified, pounding down harder than before. The earlier rainfall was like someone smashing an abacus in the sky. This one was like tearing apart the pure curtain of heaven. Raindrops fell relentlessly from the sky, threatening to engulf the entire city. What the hell kind of rain is this? Nervously, I looked around, noticing the water level rising beneath my feet. The water passed my ankles, my calves, and then my knees, and kept rising still. The entire city seemed to be submerged in the torrents of the river. Panic washed over me. Hey! I walked up and tried to grab the little Brett's hand. She was short, after all. It would be easy for her to be submerged for the rapidly surging water level. However, the instant my hand touched hers, her figure began to blur gradually. When her body became blurry, she finally turned her head to gaze at me. Her expression seemed to be crying, yet a faint smile tugged at her lips. Her eyes were tinged with regret and resentment, but her face wore an indifference of disillusionment with life and death. What exactly did you want to say? What exactly did you want to do? I gazed at her, confused. Couldn't understand her expression then, nor grasp what was on her mind. She vanished bit by bit, and I wanted to stop it all. Hey, little Brad, don't disappear. Don't disappear. I shouted at her as loud as I could, but my voice was drowned out by the storm. I called her name over and over again, but it was no use. Eventually, she still vanished. Ah! I woke up from the dream. I was sitting on the bed in the inn, my back soaked with cold sweat. What was that dream? I had a dream, yeah, no shit, Sherlock, we already went over that. A dream about that little Brett. What did that dream mean? I didn't really get its meaning. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and scrambled out of bed. I grabbed my blade, packed my belongings, and then headed to the inn's lobby, intending to leave. Glancing out at the people on the street from the inn's lobby, I saw the bustling activity, indicating it was at least mid-morning. How come I got up this late? Let's go find that little Brett again today. Last night's dream intensified the sense of unease in my heart. At this moment, I simply wanted to find her immediately.
哎，客官，等等，
Oh, what is it? The waiter at the inn called out to me when I was about to leave. What is it? I furrowed my brow and asked the waiter, feeling a bit confused.
客官，您昨天来办住店时，身旁是不是跟着一个小女娃？
Correct, yes. The waiter asked me carefully. I instantly felt a pang of anxiety. Yeah, I did. What happened? Was she here just now?
对，她是在城中响了不久后来的。那娃子塞给我一吊钱，想托我给您留个东西。
Give me something? What's that? I started blankly at the waiter. The waiter handed me a small bag. Huh? Could it be that she's returning the shoes that I gave her? took a guess as I looked at the small bundle. The size of the bundle didn't seem right for shoes, though. I slowly unwrapped it, and the thing inside caught me by surprise. It was a pouch. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new, adorned with the pale character Anne on top. Is this? I mumbled to myself while looking at the pouch. A sudden step of pain shot through my temple. In an instant, memories I thought I had forgotten flooded back into my mind. 4 years ago, in the last few months of 1628, I encountered a man in the mountains. The man was dressed like a peasant from northern Shan, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bag on his back. He kept going west at a brisk pace. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he walked, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Suddenly, I dashed out from the bushes and tackled him to the ground. Without waiting for him to say something first, I plunged the dagger into his heart and pressed all my weight on him. He struggled desperately, trying to grab my dagger and get me off of him. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on me, almost on the brink of tears, pleading with fear for me not to kill him. When I killed, I often avoided the gaze of the victim, so I took off his head and covered his face with it, refusing to look at him. In the end, I pressed his head with the head in one hand, while tightly gripping the dagger plunged into his heart with the other. Hi, Xerox. Doing alright, just really unhappy for this game to hopefully end today. It's so draining, having this constantly so dark game to play in the evening, but it's fine. Oh no, I slept so late. But yeah, okay, you said you were watching stuff with your sister, right? That was today? Or yesterday? I will take good care of the doggos, don't you worry. They're currently not here. As I said, they don't like this game very much, it seems. But yeah, enjoy your evening as always. And get to bed early tonight. He struggled violently for a bit, kicked his legs twice, then went completely still. After he died, I searched his body and found a small red pouch. The pouch was tiny, embroidered with a light-colored character Anne on it. I remembered this pouch. I sold this pouch a long time ago. At the same time, after killing that man, I carried this pouch with me for more than a year. After said year, since I didn't take on any jobs for 2 months and were a bit strapped for cash, I sold it to a dodgy pawn shop in Huazhou. 4 months we left, she specifically left me this pouch. What did she want to tell me? Did she have anything to do with this pouch? Did she have anything to do with the man back then? Could it be she's that man's daughter? She and that man indeed looked a bit alike. Plus, if she really were the daughter of that man, then a lot of things would make sense. I stood in shock, carefully sorting through my memories of her. From our first encounter in Huazhou City, I felt she was different from the other girls and somewhat suspicious. That night we left Huazhou City, she pretended that she wanted to pee so she could assassinate me. She only softened after her assassination attempt failed, and I threw away the blade. She told me about her life story, taught me shadow play, and learned about my experiences. I became more acquainted with her along the way. As we spent more and more time together, she subtly changed me. After that, I killed Tang for the girls, trying to secure a better life for them, even though I might not get much money out of it, and I wasn't planning on selling her anymore. Gradually, I transformed into a better person. I no longer desired the life of a bandit and wanted to start anew. She said a lot of things, but perhaps not much was true. The swine demon killed her sister and destroyed her entire family. These were probably fake. Her age, her background, and the things she said were probably all fake. The purpose of her approaching me was only to avenge her father. But why didn't she kill me after that? Why did she just leave like that? There was indeed a lack of opportunity in the beginning. After all, she rushed into things on the very first day and tried to kill me. I was still very wary of her at the time. I threw away her blade, but still kept an eye on her. However, why didn't she try to kill me again after that? While we were staying at the inn in Haizhou, she had the opportunity to steal a kitchen knife. On the wagon to Luoyang, she could have easily killed me while I was sound asleep. Why didn't she kill me? I clenched the pouch tightly. Guilt, fear, confusion, sadness, and bewilderment, various tumultuous emotions made it difficult for me to find peace. I didn't know what her logic was in doing these things. Why didn't she kill me after all? Why did she leave me? Why did she leave by herself? Why did she give me this pouch in the end? What exactly did she want? I just didn't get it. Besides, asking you to give me this thing, did she say anything else? I asked the waiter in a trembling voice, trying to gather more intel to figure out her intent.
啊，说了什么吗？没说什么呀。
You don't think so? Great. Think hard.
客官，他真没说什么，他就说把这个东西留给你，别的什么都没说。
Alright. I nodded, grabbed my luggage, and left without a word. I thought this little brat would leave me a message or something, but nope. Why? Actually, I'm her sworn enemy because I murdered her father, but then she just left without doing anything? What on earth was the significance of her deed? I had no idea, but still decided to go out and look around. I planned to retrace the steps we took yesterday, ask people who might have seen us, and then look for her again. If I could find her, I would be able to ask her and unravel all the unanswered mysteries, though I had no idea how I was going to face her. Should I apologize or try to explain? I didn't know. I first went to the market where the temple fair was held yesterday. The market today lacked the vibrancy of last night. Scattered individuals were cleaning the ground, while small vendors were setting up stalls and calling out their wares, with occasional passerby pausing briefly. I revisited the riverside where she and I had been yesterday. Yesterday, we had encountered a beggar family with a little girl here, where we got robbed. I looked around, but it didn't seem like the beggar family were here. There was only an elderly man fishing by the riverside, his eyes half closed. While I was staring at the elderly man and hesitated to ask, a voice sounded from behind me. beggar girl from yesterday came out of nowhere and stood behind me. Huh? It's you? I gave her a quick look and greeted her. You're not hungry today?
用你给的银子买了大饼，不饿了。
You took an entire silver piece to eat one pancake? I only gave you 3. And that took me last long. Oh, sorry. That is not gonna last long. If that's the case. The beggar girl smiled and blinked her eyes. As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized pancake from her pocket and showed it to me.
你在找人吗？在找昨天那个娃？
Correct, yes. Yeah, I'm looking for her. Have you seen her?
当然见过啊。
Cool, could you tell me where she is? You have? When?
昨天的时候，他跟你一起的。
Thank you, girl. That's not what I'm asking. I was initially thrilled when I heard she had seen Muncie. However, what she meant by "I've seen her" actually happened yesterday. That left me a bit disappointed.
还有今天的时候，我也见过他。
Okay, spill. Just that I was getting disappointed the bigger girl mentioned that she had seen her today as well. Today. When?
我不会算时间，大概就是很早的时候，瞧见他沿着河边走。
Okay. The beggar girl pointed me toward a road. Strictly speaking, this wasn't exactly giving directions. She was pointing out the entire road along the riverbank. Thank you. Nevertheless, I still thanked her and quickly set off. I had a lead. It seemed that the little brat had walked along the river. After sneaking away, she didn't leave the city but instead continued along the river. Wait, why would she walk along the river? I hate this translation so much. Why? I pondered as I walked briskly. Riverbank, river. Did she ever mention anything about a river? Oh, it seems she actually did. Suddenly I remembered something she said. My memory is a bit foggy. I was really young then. My dad took me to Luoyang. I remember a river in the city with a lake at the end. I think I got lost back then, walked along the river crying till I reached the lake. That's where I found my dad. While on the wagon, the little brat mentioned feeling like she had been to Luoyang before. She said her dad had brought her here when she was little. At the time, she got lost and found her dad by walking along the river. I felt like her story was probably fabricated. Judging from her fresh and curious demeanor yesterday, it was probably her first time in Luoyang. But why would she make up such a story? I couldn't understand, but I still planned to follow her lead. So I walked along the river, intending to find the lake at the end of it, as she had mentioned. Beautiful. I searched for a long time. I walked for several hours. I didn't need anything at all, yet I kept walking. From day to dusk I kept walking. Eventually, just when I was about to give up, thinking there was no lake inside Luoyang, I seemed to have found one. But it's probably not inside Luoyang, right? If you walked an entire day, you should have been out of that city, or how big is Luoyang? Holy! The water of the Chan River flowed to the southeast corner of the city, where there was indeed a small lake. According to the old man who gave me directions earlier, this lake was once a bustling port during the Sui and Hong dynasties, but it fell into disuse and fewer people came here over time. Nowadays, the lake is not used for navigation. It's just an abandoned lake within the city, serving no purpose. What, not even fishing? A few years ago, a woman whose chastity had been ruined jumped into this lake. Her body never surfaced, and since then the lake seemed haunted, with reports of a woman crying echoing around. Many people detested the ominous air, so even fewer people came here. As I walked step by step, I checked out the lake before me. The small lake was tinged yellow by the twilight. The inner circle was dirty marsh. The middle circle was overgrown with wheat, and the outer circle consisted of dilapidated houses, giving it a desolate and a bleak ambience. I searched around, but didn't find Muncie. It seemed she wasn't here. I knew it was a long shot, but that she would be here. What would she be doing at a place like this lake anyway? Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed something unusual. A few dozen yards away from here, there was a series of shallow footsteps pressed into the muddy ground. The footprints clearly belonged to someone who wasn't wearing shoes. They led all the way to the lakeside. The footprints were very small, about half the size of my hand. They looked like the footprints of that little Brett. What? Her feet can't be that tiny. My spirits lifted after searching for so long. I finally found what seemed to be her trace, so I quickly ran forward and followed the footprints. My feet sank into the mud with each step, bringing up some dirt with my shoes. Step by step, I followed the footprints with difficulty. In the end, I found what she had left behind. The shoes. I bent my head down to look at what was placed by the lake. For a long moment, I couldn't find the words. No. Shoes. By the lakeside lay a pair of shoes. The shoes were light blue with pointed tips and bright silver peonies stitched on both sides, looking delicate and small like two little birds with folded wings. The shoes seemed as if they were painted onto the bank, unmoved by the passing breeze. The sides of the shoes were not stained with mud. It appeared that she must have walked here barefoot, carrying them. And then? Where did she go? I grew suspicious and continued following the footprints along the bank. The footprints continued onward all the way to the lake. There were no return footprints. I froze. Based on the footprints, it seemed that the little Brett had headed towards the lake, but there were no traces of her turning back. Did she just keep walking towards the lake until she disappeared into it completely? Why? After that, I never saw her again. I stayed in Luoyang for several days. During those days, I went to the lake every day. I wanted to see if any drowned bodies would surface in the lake, but I never saw any such corpses. Later, I asked the nearby fishermen and learned that although the lake seemed to be within the city, it actually connected to the Chan River. If someone jumped into the river here, it would be difficult to find them. The drowned person would be washed into the Chan River through the outlet of the lake and then into the Luo River. Once out of Luoyang, they would never be found again. I pondered for many days, but still couldn't understand. Why did the little Brett leave me like that? And why did she give me that pouch in the end? She revealed to me that I was her dad's murderer, but then chose to disappear. It's all so inexplicable. Little Brett, did you really jump into the river? Did you really die? Why didn't you seek revenge against me, instead chose to die on your own? What in the world was the meaning of all this? After that, I continued southward, inquiring about her along the way, but I never found any information. From then on, I've been searching for an answer that could never be found. I didn't realize it until many years later. To be gone in such a sudden way, with the result of my never finding an answer, was her revenge on me. The gentlest yet cruelest revenge. Ending gone. Okay. So you trapped in desolate escape? Okay. Tap tap. I wore a pair of straw sandals, stepping on the mountain path. It had been several weeks since I had left home, and with each step I was further away. In the past, I would have been scared to be far from home, but now I wasn't afraid at all, because my home was gone and anywhere could be my home. I wanted to find out why Dad hadn't come home, and I wanted to avenge my deceased family. This thought kept me going and made me get back up and continue forward every time I collapsed from exhaustion. Mom and my little brother couldn't accompany me for too long. They were quickly consumed by me. In recent days, when I was starving, I would dig wild roots or eat tree bark. I had to figure out ways to find something to eat to keep myself alive. I recalled Dad used to say I could reach the capital where the Emperor lived if I kept heading east where the sun rises. There was endless food where the Emperor lived, so there would definitely be no famine. As for Grandma, she said the further south you go, the less likely there would be a famine. It's hot in the south and there's more water there, so people would have a lot of food and rarely worry about going hungry. I thought about what Dad and Grandma said and decided to listen to Grandma first and go south. Once I reached a large town, I planned to ask for directions again, and from there I might go east or continue south. Perhaps it was because I was alone and kept walking in the mountains. After a long while, I was like a mute, since I didn't talk for so long. I was scared to go on the mountain roads, because I was scared of bumping into people who were trying to flee or the ghouls. I often chatted with Mom when Dad first left home for the long trip. She reminded me and my little brother that we needed to stay away from ghouls. Some people who tried to flee from the famine lived like ghosts. They were hungry all year round and would eat anything. I had seen ghouls when Dad and I were on our way home from Gangquan. Those people fixed their gazes on me like I was a gold ingot. Back then I thought they were eyeing me to kidnap me and sell me for cash, but now I saw things differently. They probably wouldn't have sold me if they had kidnapped me. They would have cooked me alive and eat me. After walking for a few days, I saw where there was tree bark on the trees around me and grass sprouting from the ground. One night, I discovered an open area in the woods. There were traces of fire and cooking, indicating that someone had made a fire here before. It was cold at night, and there were even distant sounds of wild animals, so I decided to start a fire and rest here. I picked up some dry firewood nearby and piled them up before I used a flint to make a fire. Grind. I tried many times, rubbing my fingers white, but I finally managed to light a small flame. I squatted down next to it, shielding it from the wind for fear it would be blown out. Before long, the small flame grew bigger and bigger. At first, it was the size of a finger, and then the size of a palm, then the size of a head, and finally, I got the fire going. So hungry. What should I eat today? All the trees nearby have tree bark. I could eat some of that. No, better not do. I hadn't been able to find clean water recently. It had been 2 days since I drank water. That is far more dangerous than not eating, my girl. Find water. Eating tree bark without drinking water would accumulate the tree bark in my stomach, and it would be impossible to get it out. Why are they so focused on pooping out tree bark? My god. Eventually, I would die with a huge stomach as if I was pregnant. Never mind. I'll see if I can find a river where I can drink from tomorrow. There should be some edible fruits by the river. I lay down and looked at the sparks dancing up and down, hoping I could dream of finding that river.
快看，那儿！
The moment I closed my eyes, I heard a shout coming from a distance. It sounded like someone was shouting at the top of his lung to give directions to someone else. Who was that? I hastily stood up only to see someone moving in the distance, running towards me. There were 2 people. They were running towards me at a fast pace. When I spotted them, they were still several dozen steps away from me. However, just when I was about to run, they already got close. The bonfire lit up their faces, which startled me. I couldn't tell how old they were, but they were probably older than Dad and a bit younger than Grandma. I'd probably call them uncles. They were unkept and hunched over, skin and bones, but with a huge stomachs. I could tell from the gleam in their eyes. They are dangerous. I couldn't call them uncles. They were ghouls.
娃子，是娃娃。是啊，是娃子。
Cool. One of them grinned at me, revealing a mouth of uneven, even and yellow teeth. And the other one lunged at me directly and tried to grab hold of me. They were ghouls that ate kids. Run quickly. I quickly ran into the woods after I got a good look at them. However, even though they were really thin and short, Dolt's strides were still longer than mine. I was thirsty, hungry, and without much strength left, I accidentally tripped and fell into the grass. I fell to the ground, and the 2 ghouls immediately pounced over and pinned me down. One of them held me down to stop me from moving. The other one grabbed a piece of torn cloth and wrapped it around my wrists, attempting to wrap my hands behind my back.
好啊，真的是娃子。刚吃了一个，又能吃一个。
Great.
吃娃子，吃娃子。
They tied my hands up and mumbled some insane words. It's over now. I was captured by the ghouls. I was going to be eaten. I got scared instantly and wanted to resist, but they had me completely pinned down. I couldn't move a muscle. My hands were tied behind my back. The ghouls herded me like a sheep into a small cave on the nearby mountainside. It was close to where I had camped earlier, probably just 300 steps away. Walking along the mountain path to the cave's entrance, I realized it provided a perfect vantage point overlooking the spot where I had just lit my fire. I felt a deep sense of regret. If I hadn't started the fire earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have spotted me. I should have realized this. If there were signs of a fire, it meant there were people nearby. But no matter how much I regretted it, it was already too late. In the cave, there were various odds and ends scattered about. It was very dark, so initially I couldn't make out what they were. The ghouls threw me into a corner, then started a fire. When the flames illuminated the cave, I was startled by what I saw. It was a mess inside with clothes and miscellaneous items strewn all over the floor. All at the center of the cave there was a large pot. It emitted a foul odor and was still cooking. Beneath the pot were burning human bones, while inside human flesh simmered. Judging from the variety of bones and meat, they seemed to be from numerous individuals. Witnessing the scene, my face turned pale and tears quickly filled my eyes. Because I sort of guessed what would happen to me next.
怎样？一会儿也把你给煮了，也会是这样。
Thanks for telling me. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Ghoul A. A ghoul looked at the pot from afar and approached me with a smile.
是啊，你这小女娃看着脏，但应该还挺好吃。
You could let me wash up, right? Without any guards around would be nice. The other ghoul laughed and started eyeing me with his glinting eyes.
不要吃我，求求两位伯伯，不要吃我。
I was so frightened by them that I cried and begged them to not eat me. But it seemed that my pleas wouldn't change anything. Instead, they had only fueled their laughter. After crying for a while and seeing no sign of mercy from them, I was planning to resign myself to my fate. My tears went dry and I slumped weakly against the rocky wall of the cave. Well, if they were going to eat me, at least I'd be able to meet Dad and Mom. That was what I was thinking when I leaned against the wall in the cave. However, it turned out much like the many events that followed. Whenever I thought I was going to die, I always ended up surviving. Seeing how I was crying and making a scene, the two ghouls thought I was no different than other kids, so they let their guards down. Plus, they still had some meat left in the pot and couldn't finish it so quickly. So even though they said they were going to eat me, they didn't kill me right away. They were tidied up a bit and quickly went to sleep. They were snoring loudly like lightning, making it hard for me to fall asleep. But of course, I didn't want to either. I didn't want to just wait there for my death to come. I was really frightened, but I still tried to move my position and rub the cloth binding my hands against the protruding rock in the cave. After grinding for a while, I tore through the skin on my hands and started bleeding. But at the same time, the piece of the cloth also wore away. I could now move freely in the cave. If only your hands were bound, you could have moved around before, you know. After that, I didn't sneak out and try to escape from the cave. I hesitated for a bit before I picked up the dagger and stepped at one of the ghouls who was sleeping soundly. Putting all my strength into it, I also pressed my weight onto the dagger. It went in deep, piercing through the ghoul's neck, and he let out a groan before collapsing dead on the ground. I thought he was sleeping, so wasn't he on the ground already? The other ghoul, awakened by the sound, was still groggy from sleep and confused in the darkness, not understanding what was happening at first. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed forward and stabbed him as well. He was struck by my attack, uttering angry curses I couldn't understand. He tried to grab my dagger, but I lunged at him again, stabbing him a second time, this time in the belly. Bleeding profusely, fear finally overcame him, and he attempted to flee. However, he accidentally tripped over a bone, stumbling headfirst into the pot where the meat was still cooking. He threshed around for a bit, but but couldn't free himself from the pot, then quickly ran out of breath. Sure, that would totally not kill anyone, but hey, what do I know? After that, even though I was hungry, I held back from eating the ghoul's flesh. I was afraid that if I ate it, I would become more and more like a ghoul myself. So I picked up some fruits they stored in the cave and left, heading further south. Ever since I was almost eaten by the ghouls, I no longer felt that the mountain paths were safe. I started searching for main roads to travel on. When walking along the main road, I would pay close attention to the sound around me. At the slightest hint of human voices, I would hide and wait until they passed before I got on the road again. The further south I went, the better the situation became. The trees along the roadside pretty much all had tree bark, and while grasses and fruits were abundant and easy to gather. However, every once in a while, I still encountered people lying by the roadside. They were all dead. Some died from eating something poisonous. I wasn't sure what they ate. It might have been unsoaked tree bark or kaolin clay, causing their bellies to swell grotesquely, resembling pregnant women as they lay dead on the roadside. Some were victims of violence, their bodies covered in blood, bearing multiple wounds. Dogs and birds gathered around them, feasting on their internal organs. When I walked past corpses, I would check their faces. I wanted to see if they were my dad. Throughout the journey, I often asked about Dad's whereabouts. Wherever I went, I inquired. After I escaped from the ghouls, I arrived at a place called Fuzhou, whatever. I asked the locals if I had seen Dad. If they had seen Dad, well. The folks there told me there were too many people like Dad, making it impossible to track him down, and advised me to give up. After that, I went to Baizhui in Wuchang. The folks in Baizhui told me it was too common for families to be separated since people everywhere were fleeing from famine, so there was no point searching more. And people in Puchong told me Dad was probably taken away to fight in the war. The border conflicts were escalating, so he must have been conscripted into the army. I didn't believe it and kept going south until I went to Weinan. And there you found the weird pawn shop, huh? I ran out of food. Ran out of the food I stored when I reached Weinan, so I slept under a broken roof next to an inn. I slept there the entire day until it was the inn's closing time, until an old chef from the inn woke me up.
哎，干嘛呢？哦，是个小女娃。小女娃，你怎么睡我们店旁边了？
The old chef looked at me, annoyed, and asked, gesturing as if he was ushering me away. I leaned against the inn's wall with my arms around my knees, and then looked up at him without saying a word. It'd been many days since I'd talked to someone, and I didn't feel like talking then either.
爹你娘呢？啊，怎么不管你啊？
He asked me again, and I shook my head.
原来是个哑巴。哎，走吧，啊，先跟我进客栈吧。天要冷了，睡外面会冻死你的。
The old chef told me that when he reached over to pull me into the inn. I went into the inn with the old chef. He made me some stuff to eat. I totally devoured it and didn't leave any for him. He realized I wasn't a mute only after I ate it and said thank you. I told him everything about me. I told him I was from northern Shan and we had a severe famine there. everyone in my family died except for my dad, who never returned home, and I had no idea where he went. And now I was fleeing from the famine while searching for Dad. After the chef heard my story, he let me sleep in the inn storage room. Next day, he told the innkeeper that he needed help and wanted to hire me as an assistant. He pleaded with the innkeeper for a while, and upon hearing that I wouldn't take any wages, the innkeeper agreed. So I had a job, and it was my first time having a place where I could stay long term. I assisted the old chef at the inn, mainly helping him with tasks like washing vegetables and cutting meat. Sometimes he would even teach me to prepare simple dishes. I didn't take any wages and was content with just eating leftovers each day, which made things easier for the innkeeper. Over time, the old chef grew accustomed to my presence by his side and began to see me as his apprentice, gradually passing on his skills to me. His impression of me shifted from being a stray kitten with nowhere to go to becoming his disciple. My address for him changed from the impolite old chef to Grandpa Chef. Time flew by fast. Before I knew it, I spent 6 months working as an assistant cook at the inn. Grandpa Chef treated me well, and sometimes I felt reluctant to leave. However, whenever I thought of my dad and the rest of my family who had passed away, I felt determined to continue my journey. After 6 months, because of some remarks I heard from the inn's diner, I set out on my journey once again. The inn had many people coming and going. The kitchen wasn't far from where the guests ate, so sometimes when I helped Grandpa Chef in the kitchen, I would also listen to the conversations of the guests. One guest's words caught my attention. He mentioned that all Shun was in turmoil, with many people suffering from disasters. Some people even became rebels, while others turned into bandits. Those bandits would rob travelers on the road, taking money from men and assaulting women. To avoid leaving witnesses, they usually didn't spare anyone they robbed. And those bandits also shared a characteristic. They often stayed in the mountains for long periods and grew bored easily. They would frequently come down from the mountain to experience the hustle and bustle of the red light districts. When it came to the best nightlife spots in Shan, none could rival the Yanyue mansion in Chang'an City. Almost all the bandits had been to the Yanyue mansion. It was like the headquarters. If the official soldiers ever decided to raid it, they would definitely capture numerous leaders in one fell swoop. Red light districts, Chang'an, Yanyue mansion. I remembered those words. Even though I didn't understand them, I finally got some clues. Since there had been no news of Dad, they'd likely been captured by bandits or murdered. He'd likely. I wanted to ask about my dad, which meant I needed to learn about the bandits. And to do that, the Yanyue mansion in Chang'an seemed like a good place to start. Sorry.
爷爷，我明天要走了。
走？婉儿，你要去哪儿啊？
要去找爹爹了。
有下落了？有什么下落呀？不会是要去危险的地方吧？
大概不危险。我要去长安。
哦，长安还好，那里安全些。
Safer, okay.
你一定要去吗？
No.
我想找爹爹，一定要去的。
行，那你就走吧。啊，走之前我多给你备一些吃的。
Thank you, Grandpa Chef.
谢谢爷爷，我以后会常来看爷爷的。
That's a lie.
不用，你要是能找到你爹爹，就快去找他吧。啊，别整天像个小野猫一样到处乱逛了。 我这身老骨头也没几年可活了，过一天算一天。哎呀，明天又得去找新帮工喽。
Oh. Grandpa Chef sighed, pounding his back, and walked away. The next day, Grandpa Chef made me some stuff to eat and specially wrapped a package for me. I accepted it when he handed it to me, thanking him, and embarked on a new journey for Yuan Inn, Henan. Before I left, I glanced at the inn's door plaque. If I ever passed by Henan again in the future, I'd have to come here and visit Grandpa Chef. Okay, I said I would leave this on a positive note. So, let me look up a guide. Hungry Library walkthrough. Is there really only that? Is that what I hope it is? Description true, any bad, any reveal hidden contact. Tell the truth, hold hands, agree to hold hands, trust and say stop. Negotiate again, reconsider. Money. Hey? Okay, one second. I am quite sure I scoped out the lumps first. Neck tackled. Go along with the conversation, Lu Bu. Let me see that. I saved all all choices after all. Oh, I didn't save for the first, but I did so with the second, so it's fine. Neck tackle, go along. There we go. Here. I did that. Yes. I cannot remember there being a choice, Lu Bu. So, don't know what that's all about, but okay. Okay, wait for an opportunity. I did that. Share some food, I did. Tell the truth, I'm quite sure I did as well. Tell the truth. Tell her this one's tougher than the rest. She can handle. Plus, it'll be... Yeah, I did that. I'm quite sure I did that. Okay. Next. Is that a choice?
李贵，哦，李爷呀，他今天去东市的一家酒楼了。我等会儿给您指条路。
Hold hands, agree to hold hands. Trust Mansui. I did that. Hold hands, hold hands. Trust Mansui. Like this? Yeah, I stopped. I negotiated again. Reconsider. Yeah. I regret it. Let the beggars go and offer. Not sure what that's supposed to mean, but if it's the officer money, that I did do. So why is that not working?
好嘞，开一间房，1晚是200文铜钱。
Did I not save over that? 1 second. Offer them money, yeah. Hey. Why did it not work? Okay. Title. Yes. Flowchart. Conclusion. Oh. Okay. So I have to actually get some bad endings before I can unlock the true endings. Oof. Okay, let's get killed, I guess. Ah, yeah. 1 second. Can I go there? Well, technically I could just load it now that I think about it, but okay, whatever. Okay. Hi, baby. Okay, step back fast. Gotta dodge the dagger. In a moment of panic, without time to think, I stepped back sharply to avoid the dagger. But then, a problem. In my rush, I slipped on the wet ground by the lake. Unable to stand firm, my body suddenly lost balance, tilting backward. Damn it. It's over. I cursed silently and fell backward. Plunge. 2 clear sounds. Me hitting the ground and her dagger through my throat. I stared at her, my killer, little mute. She put all her strength into the dagger, splitting my throat completely. Couldn't see her expression under her hair, but those gritted teeth told me she gave it her all. Must have used every ounce of strength to take me down. Blood gushed from my neck. I tried to break free, but with my throat like this, it was useless. Little mute, why did she kill me? No answer. Death's grip spread, draining my strength and warmth. With questions unanswered, I slowly closed my eyes and sank toward death. Died halfway. Noise. Cool. Moving on. Does it give me anything else? Nope. Next. And we skip and skip and skip. We strike immediately. Take action. No more chances. Might as well strike now. Take them out, one by one. Step forward, grabbed my sheath with one hand and pulled out my blade with the other. The lead soldier's eyes widened in shock as he saw the gleaming metal in my hand. Swish. Before he could react, I swiftly swung my blade, landing a solid blow on his neck. Blood spurted out in an instant and splattered all around. Clutching his bleeding neck, he staggered backwards step by step until he fell. Well, kinda want to die right now. The other soldier yelled angry, the sound mixing with some grumbling and the lamb's scared cries as they ran off. The rest of them drew their weapons and they charged at us. Kill. Just saw blood. Now my heart's boiling with the urge to kill. But these soldiers are nothing but trouble. Some even go around killing innocents to use their heads as fake proof of killed rebels. Can't reason with them. Got to fight hard. Let the swords do the talking. Clang, clang. Stepped out, swinging my blade twice more, clashing with one of the soldiers. Thud. I shifted my footing a bit and spun around, landing a kick. The soldiers stumbled, thrown off balance by my blow, so I pressed on and swung my blade. Swish! I aimed poorly, so I slashed horizontally, hitting the soldier's chest. His armor cracked, leaving a shallow wound, but it wasn't lethal. What a pain. If he weren't armored, I could have finished him off in one blow. But it's okay, neither I nor Tang got hit by their swords, and we've broken their formation for now. The guy I struck earlier might not die, but he's still out of the fight. Just need to take down one more, then it's 2 against 2, giving us a big edge.
贼人受死！
Looking towards Tang, I saw the fat soldier from before grab something from his black bag. I then realized it was a musket. He pointed the long black barrel our way. It's over. Thud. The musket went off with a bang and a blaze of fire shot out from the barrel, followed by a plume of black smoke. The intense blast hit me square in the chest and my vision was instantly obscured by a mist of blood. I stared in disbelief at my chest as my body uncontrollably fell backwards to the ground. My chest cavity was now a mass of shredded flesh, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Tang cursed angrily, but got swarmed by 2 soldiers and was cut down in no time. The soldiers closed in, swinging their blades at me wildly. I figured I could take them on with my sword, but then one of them pulled out a musket. The flash from that thing was like the light from the Jiangxi explosion. Times have really changed. My blade felt useless against that kind of weapon. I chuckled at the irony. In my last moment, I saw the soldier's blade coming down towards my head. Died halfway. Again. Next. Fast forward.
星爷，再说了，
我爹爹梁爷看起来比我大10几岁，
Yeah, let's hold
影子细的
hands.
当多。梁爷，
That's the trust him part.
你等着。
这里说
Trust Tang. Hopefully it's not too long. Mansui was pinned down by Tang, neck gripped tight. She kicked her legs frantically, trying to break free from Tang's grasp. But of course, her feeble attempts couldn't loosen Tang's hold at all. Her face flushed red, tears welling up in her eyes. I saw her gaze ended up falling upon me. In her eyes I saw fear, defiance, anger, but mostly a plea for help. She was hoping that I could save her. But I didn't save her. I stood by the side and watched everything go down as if it was none of my business. I didn't believe in Mansui. I trusted my partner, Tang, whom I've been with for 5 years, more than her. Mansui's kicks became weaker and weaker. Her eyes gradually filled with despair as she looked into mine, then the light in them dimmed like a candle flickering out. And finally, she went completely still. Tang got up from her body, gasping for air. Mansui was collapsed on the ground with her eyes closed, visible handprints on her neck. Yeah, ruined your plans, didn't she? Did you choke her to death?
我看看， 没死，呼吸很弱，心跳还有，大概是晕过去了。
Fainted, sure. Tang placed his hand under her nose before lowering himself to listen to her heartbeat.
本来想掐死他的，不过没死也好。之后让他不得好死。
Sure.
这小王八蛋儿，哑巴是装的，还想挑拨你我的关系，想来真是后怕。小王八蛋儿，
Tang looked at the passed out Mansui and cursed.
娘，到底是怎么回事啊？你是不是之前就知道他不是哑巴？
Then he turned his gaze toward me, as if he wanted to hear my explanation. Yeah, I knew she wasn't immune. The night we left Hanzhou, when I took this bread to relieve herself, she tried to stab me with a dagger. That was when I learned she wasn't immune, actually.
不是你当时为什么不告诉我？
You have a temper. Was afraid you might kill her on the spot and mess up our plan.
哼，那你倒看错我了。刚才哪怕我这般生气，可还是留了些分寸，没直接掐死他。
Sure.
只是之后咱们可得把这小王八蛋看好了，我要一直拴着他，省得他给我添乱。
Mhm.
妈的，也得多打他几顿，打点不留痕迹的。反正到时候忙也看不出来。
Didn't we agree not to send these lambs to Python?
哦，对，不送这小王八蛋到莽那里。这我还真是咽不下这口气呀、那得多打他
You're
几顿才
slipping
解
up,
气。
Tang. Not that our man has enough brains for that, but you know, you're slipping up. Maybe you should try to calm down before you mess things up more. I watched Tang grit his teeth and curse angrily without saying another word. Tang noticed my silence and he also went quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Then I'll carry her back in a bit.
行，不过别搬到小羊那屋，免得让其他的小羊受惊。就搬到咱们那屋吧。
To our room, sure.
还有凉，等会儿咱们再去喝点。
I'll pass.
怎么？你真信他说的？觉得我会给你下药？
And who would believe you? No, I didn't believe her. If I did, I wouldn't have watched you choke her like that.
哎呀，我知道的。不过酒咱还是要喝的啊！就一壶，我一口，你一口，免得你依我。
Okay. After that, I moved Mansui to our room, then drank some wine with Tang after tying her up. After finishing the wine, the sky was completely dark since it was almost midnight. Tang was tired, so he lay down and slept on the bed. After seeing him fall asleep, I also intended to sleep. However, there were many things that were troubling me. When I closed my eyes, memories kept playing back. The recent events kept replaying themselves before my eyes. Among those recurring memories, Mansui appeared the most. The little brat was too precious, precocious, and full of lies. Even though she taught me shadow play and used her wits to help us avoid the official soldiers, I still couldn't like and trust her, which led to my indifference when she was choked to death. But wait, Tang didn't actually choke her to death, did he? No good. She hasn't moved since she passed out from being choked. Based on my previous experience, if she had just been choked unconscious, she should have woken up soon, but she hadn't made a sound. Could it be that Tang lied to me and that she was already dead? With that thought, I couldn't help but quickly get up and approach Mansui. Cautiously placed my hand under her nose, checked for any sign of breath. Phew. My fingers detected her breathing, faint yet discernible, rising and falling rhythmically. Okay, so long as she isn't dead. I felt a lot more at ease after confirming that Mansui wasn't dead and was able to sleep soundly. I closed my eyes and slept for a while, trying to keep my mind off things. Gradually, I fell asleep. After about an hour or two, I vaguely heard Tung getting up. He got out of bed, pushed the door open, then tiptoed out of the room. He was being really careful, as if he was afraid of waking me up. Was Tung going out to pee? After a while, Tung didn't come back. I watched as the sky outside slowly brightened and the darkness inside the room gave way to light. I heard Shanso's morning bell ringing, followed by the distant and nearby rooster crows. The curfew was over and a new day had begun. Tung still hadn't come back. How come he went to pee for this long? That's strange. I couldn't sleep. A feeling of unease washed over me. I perked up my ears and tried hard to listen to the sounds outside the room. There did seem to be some noise. Faintly, I seemed to hear the sound of a latch falling, along with scattered footsteps and hushed conversations. Was that the waiter? Or someone else? What were they talking about? Not good. Better check it out. I thought about it a bit. Even though I didn't get enough sleep yet, the feeling of unease still pushed me out the door. I pushed the room door open and got to the hallway. The narrow hallway was completely empty. All the other guests were still asleep. I didn't see Tung or anyone else. I walked down the stairs to the inn's lobby. The lobby was empty and the tables and chairs were stacked up and placed in the corners. The door latch was still hanging on the door. The inn had not yet opened for the day. Still no Tung, or anyone else for that matter. Where did he go? Did he go out? Well, I'll go check out the outhouse and the bathroom next, I guess. I glanced around both sides of the ground floor, intending to check around the bathhouse and search for Tung. I walked into the bathhouse. Not long ago, Tung choked Mansui here and knocked her out as I watched from the sidelines. And now, Mansui wasn't here, nor was Tung. There seemed to be something inside that wooden bathing tub over there. There was a dark shadow around the edge of the wooden tub. It didn't look like it was empty. What was that? I leaned in closer and looked into the inside of the wooden tub. What was that? There was a guy hiding inside the wooden tub. He was a skinny guy, long hair, small eyes, hunched over like a rat. As I looked at him, his gaze suddenly turned sinister, and then he abruptly stood up, pulled out a dagger that he had kept hidden all along, and lunged at me. Swish! My heart instantly jumped to my throat. I had no idea who this sudden intruder was, but my reaction were no less swift. As his blade came towards me, I quickly dodged. Swish, swish. This guy knew his way around a dagger. As I dodged the first strike, the second and third ones came quickly towards the direction I was dodging. With no other option, I reached out and grabbed his thrusting arm, trying to get control of him. And at that moment, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed behind me. The footfalls were heavy, as if some beast was running on the ground. I wanted to turn around and look, but the intruder already made it to my back. He was already swinging a blunt object, aiming straight for my head. An iron rod smashed to the back of my head. A sudden surge of intense pain shot through my skull, followed by a persistent tingling sensation. Hot blood gushed from my head, causing my vision to darken instantly, and I couldn't make out anything around me. Damn it! I lost control of my body. My legs went weak and my head spun as I toppled to the ground. As I fell, I finally caught sight of the assailant out of the corner of my eye. There was a fat guy, 9 feet tall, built like a mountain, with thick arms and fist clenched around an iron rod.
他倒了。
That he is.
可算拿下了，这王八蛋还真难料到。哼，星月，你可真是料事如神呐！说他会先在客栈里找你，果然他就在客栈里找你。
啊，毕竟一起做事这么久，我太了解他了。
Oh no, who would have guessed that he was lying to us? Suddenly, I heard a voice. Another individual approached from afar. I couldn't move my head anymore, but I already knew who that was based on the voice and what the skinny guy called him. It was Tongue. Why? Why did Tongue want me dead? Who were the fat and skinny guys? Did he hire them?
凉，你可别怪我呀！
Oh no.
我早就说了，不该你知道的你就不要知道，你偏偏要问，啊，那可就没有回头路了。这活儿没那么好脱身的，咱们不能不做，也不能糊弄。雇主怕出事儿，买东西都要倒好几手，他必须挑远的买。他特别要闪地的小羊，不是洛阳的小羊。 咱拿洛阳的小羊去替闪地的羊，这事儿能干吗？啊
No. I didn't. But you know, he did.
人牙子的圈子很小，我不敢冒险骗雇主，也知道劝你没用。你呀，太执拗。
Yeah. Tongue crouched down and whispered into my ear. I widened my eyes. Couldn't turn my head, but I kept staring at him. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't open my mouth.
对不起呀，梁，你瞒过我，也杀过我的弟兄。这次杀你，也是迫不得已，实在没办法了。等到了地府后，你可不要太怪罪我呀。
It was your gang that attacked him. You cannot blame Liang for killing your crew because of that. But okay. Tongue can do a lot, it seems. Tongue lowered his voice and slowly whispered into my ear. He then grabbed the dagger from the skinny guy's hand. Finally, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the dagger come lunging towards me. Plunge. The dagger pierced my neck from the side. Blood ran down the edge of the blade and a warm stream flowed down the side of my neck. I couldn't speak. I felt like I was drowning, struggling to breathe. I wanted to cough, but my throat was blocked entirely. I wanted to use my finger to scratch my itchy neck, but I couldn't breathe or raise my hand. The warmth and strength in my body were draining away. I felt like I was in an ice cave. Gradually cooling down, my vision began to darken. I knew I was going to die soon. Tongue, I never thought you'd lie to me and kill me. Sure enough, you were a wolf to begin with, and the end. You were still a wolf. Wolves don't have partners. That is such a lie, and I'm so sick of this metaphor. Wolves would kill other wolves for their own survival. Yeah, no, that is also not true. Based on what he said, he'll continue to send the lambs to Luoyang after killing me. The people accompanying him will likely be the fat and skinny guy. Those two might be his friends or killers he hired. He'll complete the original job. Kyonghwa, Su'er, and Hong'er will all die in despair and pain. What about Nancy? Does she still have a chance? Will she be able to find the opportunity to kill the swine demon and avenge her sister? I won't know the answer to any of these, because I'm going to die. It's all out of my hands. I refuse to accept such an ending. Killed by the wolf. Oops, there you go, Jackson. Oh, we get a different one? After leaving Wenan, I kept going south and arrived at Chang'an City. The city walls of Chang'an were thick and tall like a mountain range. I snuck into the city by hiding in an ox cart carrying goods. There were plenty of people coming and going. The streets here were wide, spacious enough to accommodate 5 carts side by side. I'd heard that Chang'an had been the capital of many dynasties and was the most prosperous place in Shan. However, with revenge burning in my heart and limited money and food, I had no desire to explore Chang'an. I started searching for Yanyue Mansion the second I got into the city. Then I was kicked out by the servants guarding the entrance.
哎，去，出去！这里不是小女娲该来的地方啊
！Good。
大爷，别赶我，我只是想来打听些事情。
爹妈怎么教的你啊？哪有来这里打听事情的？
我就是找不到爹爹了，想打听爹爹的事。
嘿，那你更不该来这儿了。
怎么不该？让我进去问问吧。我没有钱粮，但是可以给你们做事。我会做饭，会扫地，我什么都能学。
哎，这里做事不要小娃子。哎，怎么跟你说呢？快走啊！
The servant ushered me away, his face flushed with frustration. Many of the guests around the entrance burst into laughter upon seeing the scene. Why did they laugh? I watched the people around me burst into laughter and felt even more convinced that it didn't seem like a good place. Right when I was about to leave Yanyue Mansion, a woman's laughter filled the air.
笑死了，这都是啥世道嘛？竟能碰到这么小的女娃，讨这儿心的。
So that is the sister she was talking about, alright. A woman walked out from Yanyue Mansion. She wore a gown that billowed like smoke, her hair falling softly over her chest, adorned with a striking golden hairpin. That lady was perhaps the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. At that moment, she was looking at me and laughing like mad, while gently waving the fan in her hand.
云姐，让您见了笑话，我这就哄她走。
The servant who was kicking me out spotted her and quickly bowed respectfully to the woman.
哎，别哄！你就不好奇这女娃子为何到这儿来找爹爹吗？轰走了多无趣啊！
The woman known as Sis Jun smiled and stopped the servant from kicking me
3
out.
楼找一小间，带她上来和我聊聊。
Sis Jun whispered to the servant, then turned around and covered her face with the fan as she slowly walked into Yanyue Tower. I stared blankly at her. After a moment, I heard the voices of the surrounding guests discussing, as well as the servant urging me to follow him upstairs. I followed the servant to a small room on the 3rd floor. Sis Jun was waiting for me inside by the table. She finished a cup of tea and served me one while she gestured for me to sit at the table in front of her.
小姑娘，你为何来这里找你爹？
我想来这里打听一些我爹的消息。听说常来这的客人，大概是害了我爹的人。
哦，我们这儿的客人 还会害你爹。
I stopped talking. I didn't want to go into details with her, so I lowered my head.
看来是有什么难言之隐呀。那给我讲讲呗。你不给我讲，要我怎么帮你啊？
I then told Sis Jun about what happened back home. Our family suffered from the disaster and didn't have any food. My dad left home and to sell the family heirloom so our family could survive, but he never came back. I didn't go into detail with her about what happened after that. I simply said everyone but me and my family was dead. In the end, I burst into tears. When I was at the inn, Grandpa Chef never asked in detail about what happened to my family, so I never told him. But as soon as I got here, I ended up telling her everything when Sis Jun asked. After sharing my family story so openly with someone else for the first time, I couldn't help but cry.
你这娃儿也是命苦。听了你说的这些后，我觉得你猜的不错，你爹大概就是被盗匪害了。今后你想留，便留在这里吧。每天为我做些事，我帮你打听些盗匪的消息，也教你点东西。你看如何？
Oh, very nice of you. Sis Jun heard what I had gone through and patted me on my shoulder. I wiped off my tears and nodded. I decided I would stay in Yanyue Mansion for a while. After that, I became a servant of Sis Jun. Every day I served her tea and water and ran some errands. They were all very simple tasks. When Sis Jun had some free time, she would occasionally teach me how to read, discuss the information she gathered from inquiring about the bandits, and even impart some life skills to me. Sis Jun often said that I was too straightforward with people and that I shouldn't be so naive when dealing with others. She was also like this when she was first brought from the mountain village to Yanyue Mansion. She always spoke the truth to everyone, without telling a single lie. She said that sometimes you have to tell lies to achieve your goals. If it was indeed some bandit who killed Dad, seeking revenge wouldn't be so easy. I would need to tell my lies to get close to my enemy, then tell even more lies to gain their trust, and then, when their guard was down, betray them and kill them. Sis Jun taught me a lot of stuff. I listened to all of this and learned the arts of deception and manipulation from Sis Jun. I stayed at Yanyue Mansion for a very long time, almost as long as I stayed at the inn. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and I continued to work as an assistant for Sis Jun. After 7 months, I began to suspect Sis Jun wasn't keeping her promise. There actually wasn't as many bandits coming to Yanyue Mansion as she had claimed. In fact, there were only a few throughout the year. I never saw her inquire about Dad with those bandits. She only shared drinks and exchanged laughter with them. After the first month, Sis Jun never brought up my dad's matter again, as if she had forgotten all about it. Just when I was about to ask her, she suddenly came to find me one day in the 8th month.
啊，这个给你，你可以去找你爹爹了。
Sis Jun handed me a note that had words written in an ink brush on it. On the left were the names of several cities, each followed by the names of some shops.
云姐，这是
I was confused and asked Sis Jun.
前2年闹荒，那些盗匪出的勤快，杀的人可太多了。我若是一个个问他们，哪怕有哪个真的杀了你爹爹，他们也未必记得住。
Probably.
不过，我跟他们聊了聊，他们说呀，其实他们要是抢了东西，不好卖出手的时候，就会把东西卖给当铺。 这些当铺都是写给山贼销赃的黑当铺。
You know, how would the pawn shop check if something was stolen or not? But okay, all pawn shops that they sold to were dodgy, dealing with stolen goods. Oops.
我给你的字条上列了闪地一些黑当铺的地址，你自己去找找吧。
All right, let's go. I see. I got what Sistian meant. Dad left home with the family heirloom on him. If he couldn't find a good buyer, he'd definitely sell it to a pawn shop. If the bandits robbed Dad and they couldn't sell the family heirloom easily, they'd sell it to a pawn shop as well. Regardless of the circumstances, if I found our family heirloom in any of those pawn shops, I could potentially uncover clues about my dad. You know, no matter how hungry, I would not just suddenly start eating some random meat I stole off of someone. But okay, especially since it's supposedly white and moving. Looks like it's moving. Yeah, definitely not something I would want to eat. But hey, what do I know? Maybe if I'm really hungry, I would actually go for it and poison myself.
谢谢云姐。
I held onto the note Sistian had given me, feeling a renewed sense of hope bubbling inside me. Over the following year, I travelled to many cities in Shan, following the clues on the note to find those dodgy pawn shops. So she's actually... $15 by the time she meets up with him? I wanted to examine a lot of goods, but it wasn't easy to do so. Being young, many of the owners of these shops would chase me away upon hearing that I wanted to buy goods before I even got a chance to look. So I often had to do odd jobs at nearby inns to earn money. Once I had saved up enough to deposit with the shop owners, I could finally inspect the goods. Sometimes, if I looked at the goods but decided not to buy, the shopkeepers would bully me because I was a child and try to take away the money I had deposited with them. Chang'an, Fuping, Puchong, and Weinan. I visited the dodgy pawn shops in those 4 cities, but I didn't see the family heirloom Dad had taken, nor did I find any other clues. After searching those 4 cities, I returned to Weinan and went to the inn where Grandpa Chef worked. When I arrived, Grandpa Chef had just passed away. He had no children and didn't leave much behind. The innkeeper covered the funeral expenses and there wasn't much ceremony. The innkeeper told me that Grandpa Chef let me a pair of shoes, okay. They were simple cloth shoes, not worth much, but they could replace the worn-out straw shoes I had been wearing. I put them on, and continued south, heading to the dodgy pawn shop in Huazhou City.
老爷，这里的当铺都卖些啥？我想看看有啥能买的货。
哎，去，娃子一边玩去。
我有钱，我想去后面的库房把货都看一遍。
I took out the silver pieces and showed them to the pawn shop owner.
不行，有钱也不能给你这小娃子看。
Oh.
那我若是什么都不买，到时候就赔给老爷1两碎银。
哦，你这小娃子该不会是想骗我吧？
我是当真的，我先把银子压在这儿，说话算数。
From the bundle, I fumbled out 1 tael of silver pieces and placed them on the counter of the pawn shop. The pawn shop owner cast a skeptical glance at me, then reached out with his chubby hand and took the silver pieces I'd placed on the counter. He bit down on the silver pieces, testing their authenticity, before finally seeming satisfied.
这年头，小娃子一个比一个乖。行， 那你进去吧，看一会儿就得出来啊，也别给我翻乱了。
The pawn shop owner rambled on as he shook his chubby body, then grabbed a bunch of keys to unlock the door to the warehouse on the back. Once the door was open, I didn't pay him any more mind. I hurriedly dashed inside. The warehouse wasn't too big. There were only 2 shelves in it. There were various items. They held various items: candlesticks, pipes, belts, and used books, sachets, rouge, jade pendants, and earrings. These used items were covered in a layer of dust, with some showing signs of wear and tear or faint scratches. Some of them seemed to have dried black blood on them, indicating that they were indeed looted by bandits. Now abandoned in the dim pawn shop warehouse, they were unlikely to be cherished again. Many of the original owners were no longer around, and the story surrounding these used items came to an abrupt end. I examined each item carefully, trying to find the one that could represent Dad. Family heirloom, family heirloom, family heirloom. Where could the family heirloom that Dad brought with him be? I scanned the shelves back and forth twice, but I didn't spot anything that resembled the family heirloom. But as I scanned for the 3rd time, I stumbled upon an unexpected discovery.
这是
I walked over to one of the shelves in a daze. There was a familiar item placed on the shelf. A pouch. This pouch looked like the one I gave to Dad. I slowly took down the pouch from the shelf and examined it carefully. This pouch was indeed the one I made for Dad. It was stitched by my own hands using the fabric from my dress, so there was no mistaking it. It was red, like the light-colored character unembroidered on it, because I wanted it to bring him safety. Knowing Dad, he would never lose a pawn of the pouch I gave him. Someone must have killed him and brought this pouch here to pawn it off. I found it. I finally found it. I had finally found the clue about my dad that I had been seeking for years. For 3 years.
哎，小娃子，找到想买的东西没？
找到了。
找到了？哦，我看看，你想买啥呀
？The pawn shop owner shook his chubby body and squeezed into the warehouse door. He saw me crying the instant he walked in and was shocked. At the time I was crying, holding the pouch with one hand while wiping away my tears with the other. I didn't know why I was crying. Perhaps I was crying for my dad. I was sure now that Dad must have been killed by some bandit and I could never see him again. Perhaps I was crying for myself too. After searching for so many years, traveling through so many cities and enduring so much hardship, I finally found a clue about my dad.
哎，小娃子，你这是哭啥呀？就是买个旧荷包，至于哭吗？
I wiped away my tears and looked toward the pawn shop owner.
老爷，这个荷包是谁卖给你的？
你问这个干啥？
这荷包是我做的，原本是我给爹爹的。爹爹一直不回来，我们全家都死了。我想知道是谁把这个荷包卖过来的，是爹爹还是哪个坏人？老爷，如果你能告诉我卖这个荷包的是谁，多少钱我都愿意给。你觉得不够，我就赚，1年、2年、3年，都给你赚。我一定要知道卖它的人是谁。
Tears streamed down my face, my jaw quivering uncontrollably, yet I spoke to the owner with determination. I handed him the coin pouch tied to my waist. It contained the silver pieces I had diligently saved over the past few months. Sis Jun taught me before that I must know how to lie to achieve my goals. But I didn't lie this time. Instead, I cried and told the owner everything. Afterward, the shopkeeper sighed and proceeded to ask me several questions in detail. Then he took my money and said that one day something serious was going to happen since he was breaking the street's rules, all while sharing the information I sought. Dad was indeed murdered by someone. The person who sold the pouch here was a bandit. He often killed people near Huazhou and frequented the shop to unload his loot. The owner told me a lot about that bandit, and that's how I found out the bandit's name. My sworn enemy's name was Liang. He was a bandit who roamed around Shan. He was constantly on the move and often seen with a person called Tang, and he was in Huazhou a month ago. He sold this pouch 2 years ago. He could come to Huazhou 2 or 3 times every year. He would, and stay for a month or so each time. He often took jobs from a guy named Isan. Liang. 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 Liang, 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 Liang. I repeated his name dozens of times and my mind etched it into my memory. I wiped away the tears in my face. My teeth bit into my lower lip, drawing blood. My nails dug into my palms, drawing more blood. This bandit named Liang killed Dad, caused the death of my family, and became the sworn enemy of mine that I will hate for the rest of my life. Liang, I must find you, lie to you, betray you, and kill you. Liang, seeking revenge on you is the only purpose for me to live on. Bodies of the starved. Alright, flowchart. Hello? Liang chapter 12. Liang chapter 12. Oh, okay, I need this. Daring leader, but is that? Okay. I guess we need to get killed again. Yay! Escape. No time to think, just run. You know what? Can I just fast forward this? It's pretty much all the same after all. Even the shot arrows they'll miss. These people aren't friendly. If we fall into their hands, won't be able to reason with them. We'll be killed, eaten, or tortured with their catches. But run now. He took a step, leaving the lamps behind, and sprinted off.
不好，他要跑！放箭，朝那个男的放！我们追得上娃娃，不要射娃娃！
The rebels yelled as I ran. Suddenly, arrows whizzed by. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some hit trees, some by my foot, some just missed my ears. Nice, none of the arrows got me. Luck's on my side. Whoosh. Just as I felt lucky, an arrow came flying at me. Plunge. It wasn't from behind, but right in front of me. That arrow hit me right in the knee. I once was an adventurer until I was hit by arrow in the knee or something. I can't remember. The sharp pain shot through my knee as the arrow pierced it, crumbling me to the ground. I couldn't fathom why the arrow came from the front. Glanced up to see the bandits lurking all around us. already lying in wait. I heard Kyungpa shout from afar. Couldn't understand why it was her, not Sir, Hong'er, or even Mansu. Anyway, I hit the ground hard with an arrow in my knee. More arrows came flying at me. These rebels sure had good aim against a downed target. Many arrows pierced my back, my buttocks, and even my neck. Many holes in me, all bleeding. Damn it. To be shot dead like this. I fell to the ground into a pile of leaves stained red with my blood. Faintly, I heard the screams and cries of the lambs and the bandits' furious curses. I'm dead. In the end, I don't even know who these rebels marching the woods are. I am dead. Couldn't protect those lambs. Not like this. Can't end like this. Okay, is that what you wanted me to do? I should have max affinity. He...
听说大妖
还
住手！
What choices here?
我看这些女王
啊，
卖个好价钱。
No, it should still be reconsider. One second. Can I see that flowchart again? I know it should be sell for a good price, right? Yeah. Better to sell them for a good price. After some thinking, I made up my mind and told Kite what I decided. I did my best to rescue them from doom. Now, with my own neck on the line, I'll take what I can get.
行，你既然这么想，那我就帮你联系路子。我会把这4只小羊都卖去做童养媳，一共给你200两。
Hold on, I'll only sell 3 of them.
哦，剩哪只不卖？
The one named Mansi. I'll hold on to her for now. That lass wants to go to Luoyang, has her own plans. I reckon I'll tag along. If she's dead set on her plan, won't be stopping her. Selling her off for a decent price suits me fine. If she flips at the last minute, I'll figure out another way to sell her. I pondered for a moment and spoke. When I mentioned what Mansi wants to do, I meant selling her to the contact of Isan in Luoyang. I've made up my mind. If she insists on going after that swine demon, I might as well indulge her and sell her to her. I'm not sure if I'll still get paid after losing 3 of the lambs, but I know these lambs aren't from a reputable source, and they aren't worth much. Even if I can only deliver 1, I doubt I'll take a loss. However, there's one more thing to think about. If she goes ahead and tries to kill that swine demon, I'll be in hot water no matter what. Sending her there will land me in trouble. No matter what, once I sell her in Luoyang, I got to hightail it south as fast as I can. Alright, I won't dwell on it too much. I'll just send her to Luoyang for now. She probably won't dare to go after that swine demon. Chances are we'll just use Luoyang as a stopover, get prepared, then head further south. Along the way, I'll find an opportunity to sell her. After sharing my thoughts with Kite, I headed back to my room. I paced around, feeling restless. Then I sat on the bed, feeling numb. In a daze, I sat on my bed, not knowing what to think. I wanted to think about the past, to remember the times with the lambs. I wanted to plan for the future, but guilt clouded my thoughts. In the end, I just sat there, lost in a mix of emotions. Never mind. This is a messed up world. Thinking about the past and the future won't help. Just focus on the present. Right now, right here. I got to keep myself alive, make it through longer, make it through better. Sitting alone in the room until nightfall, suddenly I heard 2 cautious knocks on the door. The person knocking was careful. The sound was light, as if tiptoeing. "Who's there?" I asked the person knocking on the door.
梁叶.
The voice outside the door quietly replied. I recognized it as Kyunghua's voice. "Kyunghua, what's up? Why are you knocking?" I inquired of Kyunghua outside the door.
没什么，只是想问问梁叶饿了吗？听见小二说没看你下来吃饭，我们便给你准备了些吃的。
Thank you. Okay, just leave it by the door. I'll grab it later.
好，那我就放地上了。梁爷，要趁热吃，不然一会儿就凉了。趁热吃呀！
I heard the others outside the door. They're probably all there. After they left, I finally pushed open the wooden door. I glanced at the wooden tray on the floor. In it were 3 bowls and a pair of chopsticks. The bowls contained 3 dishes: egg drop soup with wild vegetables, garlic stir-fried pork, and sautéed cabbage. Must be the lamb's cooking. While Kite and I were sorting things out in the lobby, they must have headed to the kitchen and whipped up these 3 dishes. Fair enough. Let's give them a try. I took the tray and sat on the inn's bed. With the tray on my lap, I rolled up my sleeves, grabbed the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of cabbage. I ate it. It was cooked perfectly, not too crunchy, not too soft, but when I tasted it, all I felt was bitterness in my mouth. Nothing tasted good. Still hungry, I kept on eating, shoving the food made by the lambs into my mouth without tasting it. Mouthful, I forgot to swallow. And before I knew it, tears welled up in my eyes. They cooked really well, I muttered with a mouthful of food. This here's the first and last meal they cooked for me. Guess they all pitched in trying to thank me for looking after them all this time. But this meal didn't change the plans I'd already set. I can keep them alive, keep them from being sold off to some wretched place, but besides that, I've got to make enough money. They're heading to be sold as child brides, and as for who they're sold to, well, that's up to fate. Looking out for myself isn't a sin. I'm a wolf. Nothing wrong with living for myself. I woke up really early in the morning. After I had finished washing up and changing my clothes, I heard the sound of a rooster crowing in the distance. I walked to the door of the lamb's room and opened it. They were all fast asleep, lying sprawled out on the bed. I watched for a while, then walked up to Mansui and patted her to wake her up.
梁爷，这么早就叫我啊？
We are leaving. Pack your things quickly. We are going to Luoyang.
什么时候去？
Now. After Mansui packed up her things, we headed out, went downstairs and found Kite. Kite gave me the agreed-on silver pieces and I put them all in a bag. She then told us the station's location and said she had already given them a heads up that we could get on the carriage when we arrived. She asked me again if I were in such a hurry to go, since the carriage at the station wouldn't leave until noon and there was no need to rush. I said that I wanted to get to the station as soon as possible, so I grabbed Mansui and set off. Truth be told, there was indeed no need to rush. However, I was trying to avoid things. I was trying to avoid seeing those 3 lambs again. I didn't want to explain to them where Mansui and I were going and where they would be going later. I wanted nothing but to leave as soon as possible while they were still asleep. After a half-mile's walk, we arrived at the station Kite mentioned. These stations were usually for officials. Yeah, we can totally skip that. After a quick chat with the wagon driver, we got onto the wagon. The wagon was packed with salt stacks, blah blah blah. At this moment, as things finally calmed down, we started chatting.
梁爷，为什么我们这么着急去洛阳啊？
Mansui asked me, looking a bit puzzled. Can't waste any more time. Felt uneasy about dawdling around, so I figured it was best to set off early. I didn't tell her the truth.
他们之后会怎样啊？
Mansui urgently asked while slightly furrowing her brow. The them she asked about was definitely referring to Hong'er, Sir, and Kyonghua. She probably saw me receiving those silvered pieces from Kate just now. That must have made her worry about where the other 3 lambs were going. None of your business. I get paid. They don't live a life worse than death. That's already a good enough outcome in today's world. I responded to her coldly and then simply held onto my blade, saying nothing more. Mansui saw that I didn't really want to talk to her. She stopped talking to me for a long while as well. After about an incense stick of time, she asked me another
梁
question.
爷，你之前去过洛阳吗？我小时候去过洛阳，是我爹爹带我，我就记得洛阳有一条河。之前去过的城市很少有河。
Okay. The scenery kept flicking by outside the wagon, fluctuating up and down with the bumps of the wagon. Watching, I felt drowsy. In 2 days, we'd be in Luoyang City. What should Mansui and I do next? I thought if she was already willing to visit the Swine Demon, it would be easier if I just brought her to the Swine Demon's palace. After arriving in Luoyang, I needed to find the person who dealt with Tang back then, see if I could negotiate some money after handing her over to that person, and then flee to the south immediately. Looking back, this whole thing was quite complicated. I started out as their escort, but when I thought I couldn't bear to leave them in a bad situation, I murdered my former partner, blah blah, yeah. Skip. The darkness quickly pulled my consciousness into a slumber. Not long after I fell asleep, my consciousness also slipped into a dream. Is that not the one thing we already know? Such a long time since such a rain. I was standing on the street in Luoyang wearing a straw hat, raincoat, babu. Yeah, we know this one already. I can skip that. I walked forward aimlessly, trying to find blah blah blah. Post. Yeah, dead. Wow. Totally dead. Hasten the pace. Oh, okay, that was something new. During the 2 years when I was fleeing from the famine, I killed people because I had no choice. For each life I took, I saved another, blah blah blah. During the years when I was abandoned, I also killed. Now I had money and Tang was dead. I no longer needed to rob travelers and kill people. I'll be a good person from now on. I'll definitely be a good person. I kept repeating that in my mind, my steps getting faster and faster. Finally, I shook off those people I had killed. Whoosh whoosh, soft breeze passed by, causing me to pause in my tracks. And there she is, Mansi, yeah. Plunge. I couldn't dodge it this time. Something clung onto my feet. A mass of black mist was wrapped around my feet. Within it were the hands of those I had killed. I froze. I could only watch as the blade pierced my neck, unable to do anything. The dream shattered at the moment. The Luoyang city and the oppressive black clouds collapsed, shattered, and disintegrated in an instant. The scene shifted rapidly. Yet she remained unchanged. I woke up from the dream and was still inside of the carriage. Matsui was still there, and the blade was still stuck in my neck. The blades split my throat in two right down the middle of my Adam's apple, piercing through my entire neck. Blood dripped down from the tip of the blade, and a warm stream flowed down the side of my throat. I lowered my eyes and saw a gaze filled with murderous intent, yet brimming with tears. Eyes teary, teeth gritted, she forcefully drove the blade deeper and deeper into my neck. What happened? The dream just now just turned into reality? Looked at her in disbelief. I wanted to know why, but I couldn't make any noise.
凉，我本以为你会变，结果你根本没有变。我差点对你心软了，我恨当时这样想的自己。
Tears flowed from her eyes.
你杀了我爹爹，害死了我全家，你还杀了很多人，害了很多人。呀，好好看着，睁大眼睛看着，我就是你的报应，是一直欺骗你，最后杀了你的人。
She snarled angrily, her body jolting with the carriage's movement. With the blade in one hand, she forcefully pushed it forward with the other. She pressed her weight against me and stabbed the blade even deeper in my neck. Blood gushed from my mouth and neck and kept splattering onto her, staining her hair and clothes red. I opened my eyes wide, like she asked, staring at her with confusion and fear. No answers. Little brat, wasn't it the swine demon who destroyed your entire family? What did that have to do with me? What have you been hiding from me all along? How many lies have you told me? How much of what you said before was true, and how much of it was false? I was so dumb to believe you, to trust you over tongue. At the very end of my life, I tried to reach out and grab her, to push her away, or in a fit of revenge, to kill the little brat who had deceived me and taken my life. But in the end, I couldn't summon the strength, only to manage to grab her from behind, as if I was hugging her. The very end of my life, I actually held her in my arms in a comical way, yet I didn't have the strength to push her away. She cried in my arms, the blade going deeper and deeper. I bled, and she wept. In the bumpy wagon, I died in her hands. By her hands, but okay. The cat finally completed her revenge. And I, on the other hand, didn't even know who she was in the end, or how much she had deceived me. Why did she cry when she killed me in the end? I didn't understand, and I'll never have the chance to. Alright. Can I now get to that ending? Reach low affinity? Reach medium affinity. Okay, so I have to go back now. And do those other endings as well. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That I actually have to complete the bad endings before I can go for the good ones? Yeah, I know the true endings are normally locked behind everything else, but... Oh, this is frustrating and my throat is getting so dry. But I also don't want to spend another day on this. Okay, we have to reload chapter 12. Actually, no, we have to reload chapter 14 and then 15 and then we should be good. Need fast forward.
会，良夜，我在帮你
这些都是
啊。当时，那不行，良。
Okay, so no regret, and then admonish them.
行，
Admonish those beggars.
不怕，良夜。若是良夜。
Stop it. I spoke up to stop the girl, and at the same time I stopped stepping on the beggars lying on the ground. I'm not going to kill your dad and uncle, so you don't need to hit me either. I grabbed the girl's stick and said to her. The girl stopped hitting me. She dropped the stick and looked at me all sad, like I was the one who'd been whacking her with it.
你真不杀他们？
Nope. I said it. I'll stick to it. I said quietly. Get up. I reckon I didn't beat you too hard. After talking to the girl, I turned to the two beggars lying on the ground. The two leaned on each other, slowly rising from the ground. They seemed rattled, lips trembling. Hesitant to stand fully, they cautiously assessed my intentions, stooped over. I'll spare you this time, for the sake of the girl. But using your hands for such deeds will corrupt your girl sooner or later. If I catch you again, whether she's around or not, I'll beat you senseless and hand you over to the government. I warned them coldly. Dealing with these robbers, only this kind of warning works. Though... It's the same beggars, we're back here. I'm trying to get the true ending. And hide on. Though, when I said these words, I felt a bit uneasy. After all, I'm a bandit myself, yet here I am, acting like I'll send them straight to the government. Quite ironic.
不敢了，俺们再也不敢了。
He cowered as I scolded him sternly, promising to mend his ways. Seems like they won't dare after this. I'm so tired of going through bad endings right now. He walked by the river. We walked by the river, through the dark, dirty alleys of Luoyang. Many people were in ragged clothes, wrapped up in hay, sleeping on the side of the road. They were sprawled out, let's blah blah blah. Something new, please. Reckon I've really changed, blah blah. What made me change? Yeah, what has changed you indeed?
怎么了，良夜？
She raised her eyes, looking at me with confusion. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. but it seemed like her eyes were red. Okay, yeah, that's
不
still...
卖我了。
Thought about it. I'm not selling you, not selling me. She seemed to struggle to believe what I was saying. She tilted her head slightly, looking at me with confusion. Yeah, not selling you. Thought about it, but selling you won't fetch much. How about this? You stick with me from now on. We head south together till we get to... blah blah blah. Okay, there we go. And we can skip.
良夜。
Mansui was standing at the far end of the street and Lu Yang with her back toward me. She was standing on the street just after it had rained, the pavement reflecting her figure. Yeah, okay. Still the same? Her body trembled. Without turning, she vanished into a wisp of smoke. What happened? How come she disappeared all of a sudden? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly the sound of sticks striking the ground echoed around me. At a loss, I glanced around. I was somehow surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers formed a tight circle around me that felt as confining as an iron barrel to make sure I couldn't escape. Their stern faces were concealed beneath their heads. They kept striking the sticks in their hands. The striking sound intensified from scattered drizzle to dense raindrops. They were here to arrest me. They were here to seek justice for the people I had killed. No way. Run, quickly. I wanted to run, but the circle around me was getting smaller and smaller. Those soldiers used their sticks to tap the ground while they quickly walked toward me. In the end, they raised their arms, wielding their long sticks high, and swung them down at me in unison. Ah! I woke up from the dream. I was sitting on the bed in the inn, my back soaked with cold sweat. What was that dream? I had a dream. A strange one. Yeah, okay. What did that dream mean? I didn't really get its meaning. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and scrambled out of bed. I grabbed my plate, packed my belongings, and then headed to the inn's lobby. Can we skip that again? Intended to leave. Glancing out of the people on the street from the inn's lobby, I saw the bustling activities. Yeah, but it's so late. Just can't find her.
客官，等等。
What is it?
客官，您昨天来办住店时， 对，
out.
他是在城中响了不久后来的。那娃子塞给我一吊钱，想托我给您留个东西。
It was a pouch, yeah, and we get the flashback. And we get the flashback. Why can't I skip that? Oh, okay, I could have skipped that. There we go. Skip, 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 skip. Besides asking her to give anything else, I asked the waiter in a trembling voice, wanting to gather more intel to figure out her intent.
啊？说了什么吗？没说什么呀。
Damn it.
哎呀，客官，他真没说什么，他就说把这个东西留给你，
okay.
别的什么都没说。
Let me skip. Thought this little bread would leave me a message or something, but nope. Why? Actually, I'm her sworn enemy because I murdered her father, but then she just left without doing anything? What on earth was the significance of her deed? I had no idea, but still decided to go out and look around. I planned to retrace the steps we took yesterday, ask people who might have seen us, and then look for her again. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. I really just want the good ending and be done with it. I'll be honest. I first went to the market where the temple fair was held yesterday. I sat through so many bad endings now. I am quite done. Something odd was happening in front of the Swine Demon's palace. For sure. This was definitely a more interesting story, even though it was a bit weirdly translated. Yesterday, there were hardly any people at the gate. Today, however, numerous official soldiers crowded around. A soldier was distributing notices to others. Other soldiers all started checking the notices. Some soldiers walked away with said notices, okay, while others whispered among themselves about the notices. Because notice is the only word we know how to say this. What could be written on those notices? This translation says so much. Did something happen? As I glanced in that direction, it seemed that the soldier spotted me. He pointed the notice and then at me. The soldiers discussed loudly for a moment and pointed in my direction before they came to apprehend me. What the heck was going on? Panic seized me. The only thought in mind was to flee. However, my escape route was tightly sealed by the soldiers rushing forward. The soldiers rushed towards me, some encircling me while others drew their swords and pointed them at me. Especially one named Li Wu, under the command of another, charged at me and tackled me to the ground. Following his lead, the other soldiers piled on top of me, pinning me down like a sack of logs. I didn't have the slightest opportunity to flee or to draw my sword before they captured me. In a daze, I was apprehended by the soldiers. After they pinned me down, they compared me to the wanted notice they held. Upon confirming my identity with the portrait on the notice, they threw me into the prison of Luoyang. The moment I was captured, speculations flashed through my mind. At first, I thought the little brat had betrayed me. Perhaps she reported my actions as a bandit to the authorities or disclosed my role as a human trafficker. However, upon further reflection, it didn't add up. In this chaotic age, bandits and kidnappers were rampant and the government was inefficient. Just because she reported me to the authorities, how could there be such a conspicuous effort to capture me within one day? It wasn't until later that I realized I had underestimated that little brat. After the soldiers interrogated me, I was told that my charge was plotting to assassinate a lord, a crime punishable by execution of 3 generations. After leaving me the pouch in the inn at daybreak, that little brat armed herself with a short blade and stormed into the Swine Demon's palace intending to assassinate him. The result was as expected. She failed. She couldn't even locate where the Swine Demon resided before guards captured her. As soon as she was captured, she immediately took her own life with a blade, stabbing herself in the heart with no intention of living. However, the matter didn't come to an end. She had hidden a portrait in her chest, a portrait of me. I didn't even know when she drew it. The most likely scenario was that she drew it while I was asleep on the wagon using shadow play materials. Her drawing skills were indeed impressive, capturing my likeness vividly. Didn't you? Oh no, though. I'm mixing up stories. I was about to say, didn't Didn't he ask her to actually draw a portrait of him, but no. Even though the portrait was stained with her heart's blood, my features were still recognizable. And by doing so, without saying anything, she succeeded in framing me as her accomplice. The fact was that she was merely a little girl, and my portrait was stuck in her chest. Yeah, stuck right in there, huh? That's why those soldiers were all convinced that I was the mastermind behind her. We probably also stitched that portrait onto her chest, because otherwise how would it stay on there? The prime suspect in planning the assassination of the Lord would also absolutely leave a portrait of himself on his very own assassin. Yes, sounds like the best plan ever. I've already been interrogated once, and they say I'll be interrogated again, this time with torture. I wanted to resist, to deny knowing her, to say that the person in the portrait wasn't me. However, the soldiers seemed to have found many eyewitnesses. Every place we visited yesterday, every person we saw, all witnessed our acquaintance. A little girl wouldn't likely attempt to assassinate a lord without reason. So, she must have been instigated by me. The soldier's words left me speechless. I loathed yet admired the chain of schemes that little Brett cooked up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. I killed her dad and took away so many innocent lives. Now, just as I was trying to start being a good person, to retire out of the bandit's life, she betrayed me to my death. All along, she had been plotting this revenge. She calculated everything throughout. Even our visit to the temple fair last night was within her scheme. I was about to be sentenced to capital punishment for a crime I hadn't committed. For such a grave crime as attempting to assassinate a lord, I would probably be sentenced to dismemberment, being cleaved in half, or death by 1,000 cuts, right? That would be much worse than being beheaded. I was lucky not to have any relatives alive, otherwise they'd suffer collective punishment and die an undeserved death. Indeed, it was more miserable for me to be reduced to such lowliness than to be killed outright. Little Brett, you schemed well. Can we kill him already? This has been... We've established that she was a good mastermind. Can we end this? This is dragging out so long. It is truly ironic to say so. So many years had passed and I had killed so many people in the wilderness, but I was never convicted. I killed already so many people. The story loves to repeat itself. But in the end, I was going to be convicted and executed for something I hadn't done. Oh, no applause this time around. It's probably coming again. Damn it! Just now, everything happened so suddenly. Those soldiers suddenly surrounded me and confiscated my blade. If only I had fought them, even if I had to die, I wouldn't have been so pathetic. And, little Brett, why didn't you say anything to me before you left? You just left behind the pouch which showed your reason for revenge, but didn't say anything then? Why was that? Hey! You really ought to say something, even if it's a curse and ridicule, just anything. Why did you just die like that? Why didn't you say anything? I leaned against the wall of the cell, my hands and feet bound, my strength fading and my will separating from my mind. Memories of the past month kept replaying in my mind, where her appearance was rewound. I thought about her over and over again, but was unable to unravel the truth of her being worthless. Is this how it ends? Yes, it is. This is my comeuppance. I closed my eyes and everything sank into blackness. I was getting tired, more and more tired. But I wasn't going to die just yet. The trial and the capital punishment were still on their way. Wordless. Okay, flowchart. One more on medium, and then hopefully this should be unlocked. Okay, what was it? 14. Let's go. I should have saved. Would have saved me some time.
会的，
会的。梁叶，我再帮你。
这些都是
啊？当时，那不行。梁。
Okay, no regret here, and then I have to give them money for the other ending. Fireworks!
行，
这次也
不怕。梁叶，谢谢，不骂我了，梁叶。
Skippity skip 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 skip. Mansui was standing at the far end. She was reflecting. Droplet blah blah. Had a little bread. I got close and reached out to pat. Spun around, gazing at me. Tears. Why is she crying? Why is she crying? Until it disappeared. Bang bang bang. Suddenly the sound of sticks striking the. I glance around. Surrounded by soldiers again. Tight circle. Okay, strange. Run quickly. Leaves a word telling you to run away. You manage to escape. I find out that little, like the previous ending, she failed and implicated you. You eventually grow tired of running, confront the guards, you make a proclamation calling out the swine demon for his sins. You realize you became the hero you idolized, and okay. Oh god, this is gonna be a long one, isn't it? I wanted to run. Okay, can we skip that? I had a dream, strange dream, blah blah blah. Yeah, give me my...
哎，客官，
Give me my
客官，
pouch
对
and the
他是在城中响了
memories.
不久后来的。那娃子塞给我一吊钱，想托我给您留个东西。
In some memories. Why is it not skipping? There we go. Yes, yes, tell me. The moment the waiter gently called out to me. Yeah? I felt like a startled bird at the slightest call of the waiter. I responded nervously.
我忽然想起来一件事儿。那个小女娃除了这个荷包，还让我给您带了一句话。
Yay, we finally got a message. What message?
快逃！
The waiter slowly uttered 2 words. Upon hearing those 2 words, my body trembled violently, and the next instant I hastily grabbed the package and dashed out the inn. My keen intuition. My knee intuition, right? You know, in the one ending who was shot in the knee, and now I just have to always be reminded of that famous Skyrim quote of, I once was an adventurer like you. But then I got an arrow to the knee. My keen intuition told me that this little brat had done something extraordinary. Her flee quickly was her final message to me. Somehow I trusted this as a warning from her, rather than suspecting it to be part of a deception. It was a final warning, tinged with a sense of retaliation. No way. I not only had to escape from the inn quickly, but also flee from the city. Luoyang City must be unsafe. I had to flee, run quickly. I thought we were running, why are we still in the city? I didn't manage to escape from Luoyang City, because when I attempted to flee, all 4 city gates of Luoyang were crowded with guards. The guards and soldiers rigorously inspected everyone leaving the city. I knew they were probably looking for me. Now I'm hiding under the floorboards of a rundown temple in the city like a rat. I strained my ears, listening to more and more soldiers patrolling around, feeling anxious and paranoid. They've been searching for me relentlessly. It won't be long before they catch me. Why were these soldiers after me? Thinking about it, I couldn't help but admire that little Brett's cunning schemes. Just as I discovered these soldiers were looking for me, I thought she might have reported my actions as a bandit to the authorities or disclosed my role as a human trafficker. At that time, I held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that in these chaotic times, with so many bandits and human traffickers around and with the government's inefficiency, I would surely have time to escape. However, I still underestimated her. Before hiding in this rundown temple, I searched everywhere for a hiding place and pieced together some information from what I overheard. I didn't expect that little Brett had stirred up a hornet's nest, and as a result she had ensnared me in her trap. After leaving me the pouch in the inn at daybreak, the little Brett armed herself with a short blade and stormed into the swine to assassinate him. I can't skip that sad. The result was as expected. She failed. She took her own life. The matter didn't come to an end. Okay. Somehow she had said something before her death, or perhaps she had left something behind on her body. I was framed as her accomplice, even as the mastermind behind her actions, becoming the prime suspect in the assassination attempt on the Lord. Soldiers were interrogating people we had seen last night, the waiter, beggars, various vendors. They were holding up a portrait of me and searching everywhere. Now, they've sealed off the city gates and plastered the streets with wanted posters carrying my portrait. Where did they got that from? Great job, little Brett. Was this your revenge on me? I leaned against the wall of the dilapidated temple, chuckling with a mixture of admiration and self-deprecation. Here I was, finally trying to be a good person, only to be falsely accused by you for a capital crime, hunted throughout the entire city. Even if I had surrounded myself, who would have believed me? Forget the fact that I was already a bandit and a murderer, inherently untrustworthy and unlikely to willingly walk into a trap. But even if I were innocent, who wouldn't believe a young girl who gave up her life for the attempted assassination? And if a young girl could have led the authorities to a mastermind, who wouldn't have believed that? We visited so many places last night, so those testimonies would undoubtedly confirm our association. I had no one I could trust in Luoyang. Sooner or later, I'll have to venture out for food, and it won't be long before someone reports me for the reward. Little Brett, your warning to flee quickly in the morning might have been useful if I got up early, allowing me to flee before the city was sealed off. But having got up late, don't I just have to slink around the city like this, waiting to die? Was this your idea for revenge, little Brett? I killed your father and you wanted to kill me in return at first, but you felt that wasn't enough, so you framed me for the assassination attempt on the Lord, ensuring a more agonizing death and the possibility of having 3 generations of my family executed. Every step of the way, it had all been part of your plan, Quite the masterstroke. But I didn't really get it. Having done all that, why did you still leave me a message to flee quickly? In the end, I still couldn't see through that little brat. I couldn't understand why she had deceived me all along, ultimately betraying me to such a deadly end, yet still left me with a single phrase: flee quickly. Why did she do that exactly? No answer.
哎，这里还没找，找找这个破庙。
As I pondered the meaning behind the final message, the soldiers had already surrounded this rundown temple. The sound of boots echoed all around, eerily reminiscent of that scene from my dream yesterday. I trembled at the sound of the soldiers approaching. Yesterday, in my dream, it was these soldiers who captured me, and I was captured before I could resist. Now I was hiding just like that, knowing that soon they would find me, drag me out, and take me to the dungeon, where I would face torture and capital punishment. This situation, I'm like a rat. How did I end up like this? Back then, I had aspirations of becoming a hero. Why did things turn out like this? I refused to accept it. Couldn't. I was going to die anyway. It's better to die with dignity. It's better to die a hero than to die a rat. Damn it. Screw this. Just as the soldiers stormed the run-down temple and approached me from all sides, I didn't continue to hide. Instead, I lifted the floorboards of the temple and charged out with my blade drawn. Screw this! I yelled as I burst out of the rundown temple. One of the soldiers spotted me charging out of the temple and shouted, pointing his sword at me. His eyes gleamed with greed. Oh, I had seen that wanted poster. The person who caught me would receive a hefty reward, 1,000 taels. I wondered if, as a government official, he would be able to claim that reward. Not good. I didn't like the look of this guy. He rubbed me the wrong way. I couldn't let him claim the reward. Whoosh! With a swift step, I lunged forward, drawing my sword and swinging it. One swift strike. I immediately took down the first soldier who spotted me. With a swift motion, blood sprayed as his neck met my blade, and he fell back, clutching his bleeding neck, stiffening as he collapsed. One down.
贼人杀了李武，快上，杀了他！
So the Li Wu that captured him last time is now the one that dies first. Now I understand why they had to name one person, one guard, for that one ending.
别杀，留他一命。之前的小贼死了，王爷说这个要留活口，我们要审。
The two soldiers shouted at me. 4 more came at me from different directions, and 8 more were on their way. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Luoyang City were also drawn by the commotion, gathering in greater numbers. Screw your nonsense, no one's pulling my strings. I had no other accomplices, except for that dead little brat from before. Not one. If anyone is behind this, it's your lord himself. He was the one who forced us into this. I roared back at them, uttering fearless nonsense. My words, though logical, seemed to strike a chord of truth, leaving people momentarily perplexed. The soldiers who were trying to catch me looked bewildered, perhaps thinking I had gone mad. Whoosh! Before they could react, I charged forward with my blade. Engaging the 4 soldiers at the forefront, I unleashed the culmination of my lifelong skills. I managed to take down 2, but the blade of the other 2 pierced through my abdomen. Faced with 4 hands against my 2 fists, let alone 8, It seemed I was about to be overwhelmed. The icy blades pierced my internal organs, sending a chilling sensation through my gut. A metallic taste flooded my mouth as blood surged. I almost coughed up blood. I scanned my surroundings with bloodshot eyes, taking in the growing crowds of soldiers and onlookers. Meeting the gazes of the onlookers, I saw only fear and disbelief in their eyes. They were like a herd of sheep. Stupid sheep. No, don't remind me of... Don't remind me of all those... COVID skeptics. Oh my god. I don't know if there is an equivalent in English, but in German they started calling everybody that quote-unquote believed in the big lie in regards to COVID Schlafschafe, so sleeping sheep basically. But I think, yeah, in English they also call them sheep, right? I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, that. Now I'm reminded of everything. Oh my god. War flashbacks all around. Sheep. You sheep. If only you gathered together, you could become wolves. As wolves, you could storm into that swine demon's residence and tear the swine demon into shreds. Why would you settle for being sheep? I glanced at the onlookers and found them utterly ridiculous. For some reason, my blood started boiling. At that moment, I felt an even stronger urge to play the role of a hero. I wanted to become a hero forever etched in the memories of these sheep. The swine demon is responsible for the death of countless innocents. How many children have fallen victim to his cruelty? Today, even if our assassination attempt failed, there will be others to carry on our course. No one was born a lord. I tightened my grip on the blade and roared to the surrounding crowd. Next, the soldiers charged their blades and spears came at me from all sides. 3 swords and 5 spears turned me into a hedgehog in an instant. I dropped my head. I was lifted by several long spears with blood gurgling in my mouth. There was no hope I could survive that. Everything went black before my eyes in an instant. I knew this darkness would lead me to eternal death. I made a final effort to lift my heavy eyes and cast a glance at the sheep gathered around. Most of the sheep were still sheep after hearing my words. Their gazes were still bewildered, frightened, and uncomprehending. Yet a few, because of what I had just done and said, had a different gleam in their eyes. It was a light of doubt, anger, sorrow, and fervor. It was also a light of admiration, longing to be a hero, lamenting the loss of chivalry, aspiring to become one. Who is the hero? Well, it must be me. Little Brett. I got it. I finally understood why you chose to leave me with the words, "Flee quickly," in the end. Perhaps you wanted to leave my life and death to fate and give me, the sworn enemy of yours who killed your father, a chance to escape from the clutches of death. At the same time, you probably guessed, even if I couldn't escape, with your reminder, I wouldn't be caught off guard by those soldiers. I would have enough time to consider my final actions before facing death. I wouldn't die suddenly or in disgrace. At least, before I died, I would do what I wanted to do. From one perspective, you ruined me, unjustly framing me as a criminal to have 3 generations of my family executed. But from another perspective, you actually fulfilled me. You allowed me to finally realize my dream of becoming a hero at the end of my muddled life. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear gripped in hand, now facing Lu Bu in battle, no matter what Scandra escapes Sangfair's hands. As my consciousness faded away in my mind, I heard the faint echo of her singing the shadow play tunes. She didn't look at me and kept singing to herself as if she couldn't see me. She sat in front of the white screen of the shadow play, repeating the lyrics over and over again. Okay. Please tell me I now have access to those. Okay, I'm gonna guess I have to start from here. Maybe I actually could have accessed that already. I just never tried. But okay, let's go.
行，
好，
这次也是
不怕，良爷。若是良爷
Over the money.
不骂我，良爷。
Don't worry, don't worry. It's still the same, And still the same. Great.
快逃！
哎，这里还没找。
Eh? Oh, it saved my last actions? Oh, that sucks. Okay, so I have to start from here, actually. I thought it saved my first playthrough and not my last actions. That doesn't even make so much sense, but okay, whatever.
当时那不是良。
And why is Nightbot suddenly here? What did you do? Yeah, you said hell. Okay, yeah, I know why.
若是良爷，我谢谢，不骂我，良爷。
Okay, do we get nothing?
对，
Nothing new. Cool.
哎呀，客官，
Eh? I am confused? Okay, I guess we start from chapter 12 for no good reason. Oh, might it have saved? But no, that can't be it. Okay, whatever. We stop. It can't be that hard to get the best ending. Come on.
良爷，晴雨。
错。
那
听说大妖
开始。
住手！我看这些女王，卖个好价钱。
Reconsider.
谁家？哦，我们
你不是狼。
好嘞。
会，良爷，我在帮你。
这些都是
啊？
Oh my god. I'm watching the same cutscene over and over again, even if technically.
行，
Their side changes sometimes at least.
梁爷，
It still sucks. Alright, let's give them money.
谢谢。
So,
不卖我。
can I get a new ending now, please? Something positive for once. I want them to survive. Oh my god, we got something new. Okay, she's standing there. Reflecting like a mirror, blah blah. Slender figure, hey Brad approached. Okay. She shivered, seemingly surprised by my touch, but she didn't turn back. Why didn't she turn back and look at me? Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Like the heavens, blah blah. Nervously I looked around, noticing the water level rising beneath my feet. That's still the same. I walked up and tried to grab the little brat's hand. She was short after all. However, the instant my head touched hers, the figure began to blur gradually. I can't skip that. That is the same cutscene as before. She finally turned her gaze to gaze at me. Her eyes showed various emotions. Sadness, hatred, reluctance, and confusion. Wait, don't go. Gripped hand tightly. Brighton began to blink. She seemed to freeze at the sound of my voice, and her body, which had vanished, became bright and began to blink. Boom. The far horizon was suddenly filled with enormous waves. Massive waves whipped by ferocious winds came our way. Run! Run with me! I grabbed her hand and yelled at her to run. It was too late though. Boom. A massive wave swept over Mansui and me, instantly engulfing us. Ah! I woke up from the dream. Can we skip that? No. Cold sweat. Wow, I had a dream. What does it mean? Can we skip that? No. Pack my belongings.
哎，客官，等等。
Yeah,
客官，您昨天来办住店时，
give me my
对，他是在城中想了不久后来的。那娃子塞给我一吊钱，想托我给您留个。
Okay, cool. Did she say anything? Did she say no? I don't think so. Think
客
hard.
官，他真没说什么，
Nothing
他就说
else.
把这个东西留给你，别的什么都没说。
Left without a word. Alright, but nope. She simply told me, actually, I'm her sworn enemy, blah blah blah. Come on, that's the same. Let me skip. I had no idea, but still decided to go out and look around. I planned to retrace the steps we had yesterday. I don't know where to find her. I first went to the market. Can I skip that? I revisited the riverside. I looked around, but it didn't seem like the Bagger family were here. There was only an elderly man fishing by the riverside, his eyes half closed. Let me skip. While I was staring at the elderly man and hesitated to ask, I heard a voice. It's the Bagger girl, huh? It's you. You're not hungry today. I got pancakes. I'm looking for, have you seen her? Of course. You have one yesterday with you. And today as well. Today when? Along the riverbank. Why can I not skip that? I had a lead, and we follow. Please let me skip. Memory a bit foggy. Yeah. Couldn't understand, and we follow. Let's go. Search for a long time. Oh, not long after I started to stroll around the lake, I became aware of a figure in the distance. Finally. Mansui. She was standing in the shallow water at the lake's edge, just like I saw in my dream. This time, unlike the dream, she had been drenched to the bone. Her upper body was not wet, though the lower half of the body was completely submerged in the lake. She turned sideways to me and looked in my direction motionlessly, her gaze dead, as if she were seeing through me and looking at something else beyond. I had the impression that she had turned into a corpse. Less. I waded through the mud while calling out to her. She stayed still, even after hearing my voice. However, her wind-blown hair gave me a sense of reality. It confirmed to me that she was real and alive, and that was enough. Yesterday, you suddenly fled. I couldn't figure out why. This morning, I got what you left me from the wait in the inn, and I figured it out at once. I talked to her slowly as I stepped into the lake. While walking, I spoke to her. She remained silent, not responding to me. The moment I saw that pouch, I knew you were here to seek revenge. I killed your dad, and probably your whole family too. You came to me to seek revenge in the first place. I continued to approach her, the water already above my knees. I was now only a few steps away from her. She still didn't respond. Les, you've been looking for a chance to kill me on the way. I understand now. The reason you want to kill me, everything you've done is for revenge. But I don't quite understand why you didn't kill me in the end. Why did you leave on your own and come here? What do you want? Eagerly, I questioned her while I stepped closer. I was now only a few feet away from her. Suddenly, she began to move. She stepped in my direction, her body half turned on the water, her dress floating on the water, so also half turned like a windmill, stirring up small rings of ripples. The sound of a blade broke through the air. She tried to stab me in the chest after taking out the dagger from somewhere. I didn't dodge. Instead, I stood motionless while looking at her calmly. The tip of the dagger came straight toward the chest, piercing my skin. I could feel a tinge of pain as blood seeped from me. To my surprise, she didn't step deeper. She only pierced the skin in my chest with the dagger and stopped when the blood came out. She trembled, keeping her head low. Gripping the dagger in her hand and gritting her teeth, her jaw twitched slightly. She was trying her best to choke back her brimming tears as if she had been wronged and was too aggrieved to speak. I scrutinized her in silence. She stabbed me with the blade, but didn't pierce through my chest. I've always cherished my life, but this time I didn't dodge. Maybe I was immobilized by guilt deep in my heart. I just waited for her to kill me, her father's murderer. Why does he suddenly look so much younger in this one? I feel like he's supposed to be, what was it, 25? I believe 25 or 26. Which is young, don't get me wrong. But the entire time they show all the CGs showed him to be so much older. And now he looks so young. With the dagger in his chest, I guess. Makes everybody look younger. Yet she didn't. Her silence lasted only a few moments before a violent outburst.
杀？我当然想杀了你啊！爹爹死了，娘死了，弟弟死了，我一直没死，就是为了有朝一日能杀你。遇见你之前的1000多个晚上， 我没日没夜、没时没刻都在想着要怎么杀你。我记着你的名字，反复的念，一路上都在想怎么杀你。我想把你用刀捅穿，用绳子勒死，用毒药毒死，用被子闷死，用水淹死，用火烧死，用拳打死，用脚踩死。
Violent little girl.
我要把你剥皮、挖心、抽肠生吃，火烹车裂鳞吃。我想了100遍、1000遍、10000遍要怎么杀你，结果到现在都没能杀了你。我也想知道为什么啊！在华山的那一晚，我便忍不住了。 找到机会就想杀你，结果你逃过一劫，还夺了我的刀。第2晚刀没了，你也开始警惕我，于是我便想教你影子戏，待你放松警惕，再找机会杀你。可这之后，每当我想下手，总担心你死了后，那些孩子们没有好去处。 需先留着你的命，我想借你来保住那些孩子，之后再让你死。
She put more thought into this than him ever thinking through those consequences of killing the patriarch of a family in this time and day. Like, she was like, okay, if I leave the girls with tongue, they're dead. But Liang can keep them alive. My god. I'm getting so tired.
在马车里的时候，我终于有机会，也有理由杀你了。明明早就准备好了。
We have one more choice to make for the
趁你睡觉的时候一刀宰了你。
double suicide or the good ending, the best ending where they survive. Which I'm aiming for. I'm definitely not sitting through that suicide part unless it's forced to sit through. And it feels like I'm gonna be forced to do the first true ending first and then the second one because this game does not want to part with me. And I'm not willing to end it and just do that ending tomorrow. I want to sit through it now. Oh my god. Okay. Cool.
可是，你为什么像是变了一个人？为什么要对那些孩子那么好？
Because deep down he's a good person.
为什么要送我那双新鞋子？我几次想向你回到，但是一想到你做的事，一想到你变好了，所以那次在马车里的时候，我丢了刀，咬着牙画你的画像。我自己下不了手，便想到了洛阳后再背叛你，陷害你，想带着你的画像去刺杀屯妖。
I critique Cream about only being like, yeah. With this commentary, but I'm so done right now. I can't be more entertaining anymore. I'm so sorry.
若是事成，我可以为民除害，杀了那屯妖；若是事不成，也能把你诬陷为同伙，拉下水。无论怎么样都是好事。
You know, this whole thing would be more impactful if I didn't know the other bad endings. Just saying. Like this, it's like, yeah, I know, girl. I sat through those. Can we move on?
可是，我为什么还是做不下去？我怎么连这都心软了？不仅没法亲手杀你，连借刀杀人都做不到。我不要仇，对不起爹爹，对不起家人，我为什么这么没用啊？
Useless? Okay. Yang, a hug. Please. I know she has the dagger in your chest. Just move forward, it's fine. Just die again. It's not like we watched you die 5 times just to get here. It's absolutely fine. It's a toy dagger. It's gonna retract. Nothing's gonna happen. Just hug her. She needs somebody. She pressed her blade against my chest, unable to stop crying. She burst into tears, pitter-patter, some falling into the lake and some on my shirt. How? End it now. It's the first time I'd ever seen her cry so heartbrokenly. In comparison, all her crying before seemed fake. In front of my eyes, her tear-stained face was truly crying for the first time. You know, if this drawing didn't show her at arm's length away from him, I wouldn't question how her tears would fall on him. But like this, is she just like a dog? What's the word? Like quickly moving her head back and forth from left to right and throwing her tears at him, basically. But okay. It's alright. Don't cry. Last night you deliberately walked around with me in the city to impress our partnership on people as much as possible. During the firework you ran away again, carrying my portrait to assassinate the swine demon, planning to frame me as a criminal, to have 3 generations of my family executed. Not that I have any family for that matter. How can you call such a good plan useless? Oh, by the way, where is my portrait? Show it to me. Let me see if it looks like me. I sighed and asked tentatively. For whatever reason, I felt the tension between us ease a little after hearing her rant.
不给，我早就扔了，我看见你就烦。
Oh, you definitely have it with you.
你听我说了这么多，想说的就只有这个。
She asked me with a sobbing voice while still pressing her dagger against my chest. The bread kept yelling you at me. It was the first time I'd seen her lose her temper so desperately. I guess she'll never call me Master Liang anymore after the confession. Well, my mind is a mess after finding out so much all at once. I've got a lot to say, but don't know where to start. Over the past month, I've also felt like I've changed a lot, to the point where I don't recognize myself. At first, I only wanted to live for myself. That was enough. But somehow, after going through all this with you and the other kids, I'm not the same person I used to be. I exhaled deeply. Well, you might as well kill me. I came here to look for you, but I didn't know how to face you. Now I've thought about it again. Why don't you just kill me? Actually, I don't know how to let you have your revenge on me, even if I pay you back. There's still a lot of other people I owe revenge. It's troublesome just thinking about it. And I don't know how I'm going to live after this. It feels like there's no point anymore. You may as well kill me. It's better for everyone. Someone like me dies. I put away my smile and looked at her seriously with my offer. She looked firmly in my eyes, as if to ascertain my sincerity. I was serious about it. I wished to be killed by her. I had been feeling lost. In recent days, I had increasingly felt that escaping to the south would be meaningless. I had lived long enough in this chaotic world. That fact that I just learned that I killed her dad made me feel even more guilty and painful. It made you feel painful, okay? I wanted to die even more now. I already lost my family during the explosion many years ago. I had no ties keeping me in this world. I had been living like a walking corpse without goals, dreams, or any hope. I killed a lot of people, made a lot of enemies, and owed a lot of people my life. I might as well let her kill me to end it all. My desire for death became firm. I moved my body slightly, allowing the tip of the dagger to approach my heart. It cut through my skin, moving bit by bit closer. Just a few more inches, and I could let her stab me to death.
不行。
And Sui didn't follow my wish. She moved the knife away from my chest, lowered her head, and spoke with her teeth clenched. Kill me already.
做不到。
Kill me.
都说了我做不到啊！
She shouted angrily at me while her hands became forceful. The knife moved away from my heart, drawing blood from my skin elsewhere. You missed the other endings, I see. Homework for you. Watch the other endings. We had so many deaths already. We were at a stalemate. After a short while, I noticed a slight tremble in her body. She couldn't do it. Or at least, she couldn't do it for now. Why can't you do it? I asked her in confusion.
能做到的话，我早就动手了。
True.
我早晚要杀了你的。可是此时此刻，就这么杀了你，我觉得不该是这样的，所以做不到。
Okay, do we need a ceremony now to kill him? Right, so somebody draw what's it called, a pentagram? A reverse pentagram? Add some candles, and then we just lay him there somewhere nearby and murder him? Yeah? Cool. Moving on. I thought hard about her words. It shouldn't be like this. So she couldn't do it. Didn't we just establish that already, Liang? I know you don't have any brain cells up there, but come on, stop repeating the same plot points. What was she waiting for? Was she waiting for an auspicious date to kill me? Or a better opportunity? I don't know. I watched her in silence. Her body trembled slightly in the lake. The lake's surface rippled as the breeze blew across. The small body appeared even more frail. She was shivering. Is it because her emotions were too intense? Or was it because she was feeling cold? Hey. If you don't want to kill me now, you can do it later. You must be feeling cold now, right? Let's go ashore and rest first. Warm yourself up and kill me later. Dude, you could kill yourself if you wanna, you know, if you don't want to live anymore. You don't have to force that on an 11-year-old child, although I think that age is actually not true. If my math is mathing correctly, I think she's 14 or 15. That he is, that's true. I suggested to go ashore first, because I thought she was cold. Well, I guess in his mind, he's doing a good thing, since he's letting her take revenge, which was her plan all along. And through her taking revenge, letting all the other families he had ruined by killing the patriarch take revenge, I guess. But yeah, I suggested we go ashore first because I thought she was cold. I went ashore first. Thanks, my dude. After some time, she followed me. I soaked my leg. I really, you know, just could we have anybody proofread this? This just, oh my god. I suggested we go ashore first because I thought she was cold. I went ashore first. After some time, she came ashore for true. That there's no ashore in this sentence is already awesome, I guess. I soaked my legs up to my knees while she soaked her entire lower body. We left behind wet footprints as we walked along the lake shore. Neither of us changed our clothes. We both stood by the lake in our water-soaked clothes. We don't have a change of clothing. What are you talking about, changing our clothes? Of course nobody's changing clothes if we have nothing to change into. Liang! It was only after I got to shore that I noticed a detail. She had walked into the lake barefoot and was not wearing the shoes that I had given her. She had put her shoes by the lake and only went to pick them up when she got ashore. Did she cherish the shoes I had given her? It couldn't be. She probably just didn't want to die with something her enemy gave her and was worried about being blamed by her family after she died. For a while, the two of us stood by the lake silently. About a dozen minutes passed and I couldn't help myself, so I struck up a conversation with her. I've got something else to ask you before you kill me.
问吧。
How did you know I killed your father? Liang, how do you think she found that pouch?
当初我猜弟弟是在闪地失踪的。
I'm not sitting through that if we already read the story.
7个月前，我在华州城的一家当铺里找到了那个荷包，也就是我送给弟弟的荷包。这个荷包是我亲手做的，我把钱都给了老板，他就把知道的事都说了。他说了你常做杀人劫道的行当。
Damn, that guy in Huazhou sure didn't care about his client's privacy. Don't you know the rules? A pawn shop can't disclose their client's info. Had I not resolved not to kill people anymore, I'd have liked to do him in. So, then you pretended to be abducted by Yisan? And then you blended in with the kids to find me.
倒是不需要假装被他拐走。我听到他和别人商量送娃子的事，知道他常和你合作，便装成哑巴去找他了。他看我无家可归，也听话懂事，便待我不错。你们来的时候，我一直担心他会留着我不卖。不过，还好他最后还是把我交给你了。
Matsui chuckled softly, as if reminiscing on bygone days. You overheard Yisan about the swine demon buying little girls to eat them alive?
是啊， 他觉得我是哑巴，从不锁着我。一天晚上我起夜的时候便偷听到了。不过，吞妖的故事是奶奶给我讲的，是我编进去的。
That explains a lot. I understood a lot of things all at once. But I still had more to ask. By the way, you're not from Luoyang, are you? Where exactly are you from?
陕北人，原来的家在甘泉附近的一个小村子里。
Ah, famine hit there a few years ago. It wasn't easy for you. How old are you really? Okay, I mathed correctly! Yeah! Huh? Can't believe you're 14.
是啊，前几天刚14的，原来是13。你给我新鞋子的那天刚好14。
Oh, we actually gave her a gift on her very same birthday. Well, that had to hit even harder. I was a bit shocked. I didn't know she was already 14, old enough to get married and considered an adult. Now she looked like a child, maybe because she was often starved when she should have eaten a lot for physical growth. It does not make it okay to sexualize her, game. Just saying. She turned 14 only a few days ago, making the shoes I gave her kind of like a birthday present. No wonder she couldn't kill me. Even though I killed her father, I was the only one who gave her a gift on the day she came of age. What happened to the rest of your family when your dad didn't come back? I asked her about her family again after a brief moment of sadness. Didn't she pretty much tell you that they're all dead? Mom and Didi, little brother.
奶奶稍早些就死了，弟弟是病死的，娘是上吊死的。
So that doesn't count as me killing them, right?
就是被你害死的。本来弟弟买了东西，会带着粮食和药回来，他被你杀了，没回来，我们就没有粮食和药。弟弟没药死了，娘看弟弟死了也上吊死了，他们就是被你害死的。
Yeah, all they needed. Well, he also wanted to give away half of their remaining rations to get a burial clothing and coffin for the grandma. But it's not a lot. But then the debt collectors came. Well, not debt collectors, the officials came and collected taxes. The tax collectors. And they then took about half of what they had left. Or even more, I think. But before he was like, yeah, that's not a lot. And then suddenly they had nothing left. Or almost nothing. Yeah, that's why that one ending is called Hero. Ah, you weren't there during the hero ending. Because he stood up and started a revolution, I guess. She glared at me while speaking through gritted teeth. She deliberately emphasized twice that they all died because of me, and was so convinced that I was the root cause of the family's death, so that I should take responsibility. Well, yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. At 40. He might not be the root cause that was definitely the whole family dynamic in general. They could have traveled after the grandma's death and maybe gotten to a city where they could have, well, started a new life. But no, they decided against it. So it's on the family as well, but meh. Actually, she was right. I can be said to be the one who killed her entire family. After all, if I hadn't killed her father, he would have brought food back to save his whole family, who might have been able to survive the famine and live on. Okay. He was about to sell some mystery meat. Nobody has any idea what it is, what it does. And you think he would have actually been able to sell that? Especially after it had been buried for years underground and had turned greyish? I don't think he would have come back with food. Let's be honest here. He would have probably either died trying to sell that thing to somebody that actually wanted it. Because thinking back to the beginning, they went through his things and they never found that meat. I wonder if he actually ate it. If he actually ate it himself. Because he was so hungry. It was all cause and effect. If she's not going to blame me, should I ask her to blame the heavens for not raining for 3 years? You know, all things considered, for there not having been any rain for 3 years, the water level is quite high in this town. Well, this might not be the affected area. If I saw a map and they would have told me, here, this is the affected area where it hadn't rained for a couple of years now, I would absolutely understand. But I think they were saying, like, this should be close to where Mansui was from. So this area totally should be affected by the drought, and it does not look to be that way. Yeah, it's a bit unlikely, but that's not true. Give the poor UK people some credit. They are getting more sunny days now, actually. Thanks to climate change. Yay. I deserve to be killed by her, so that she can have her revenge. Jeremy is smart. Yeah. I feel like that was your experience. That sounds very personal. Ah. I see. I deserve to be killed. Yeah. After all, I am her sworn and only enemy. I am the only reason for her family's demise. We already discussed that? No. Okay, moving on. Wait. That's not right. Something's wrong with that logic. I'm totally clear that I am a sinner who deserves 1,000 deaths, but at the thought of shouldering all the blame of a tragedy, I nevertheless felt that I was somewhat wrongly accused. I was told that I was the one to blame. Was I the only one to blame? All of a sudden, my mind reverberated with various voices as if I heard my life story in Muncie's. Cries, howls, and wails, voices of sarcasm, curses, and giggles. These voices were intermingled in a mess, but all were voices I'd heard in my memory, which had been mute for so long. No, not just voices, there were images too. The images in my mind became clearer bit by bit. Memories of living in this dynasty unfolded themselves and flickered right before my eyes. I remembered the Jiangji explosion in the capital. Dad died in that accident, leaving me confused and helpless by myself. I remembered the soldiers driving the victims of the famine out of the city and the Oinous, who kept emphasizing that the explosion was a natural disaster. Ah, finally, are we getting the truth here? I remembered the people exiled from their homes who would rather rob and murder than starve to death. I remembered the landlords who hoarded up grains, their doors shut tight. Is he now gonna blame the royalty for him turning into bandits? Which is not entirely incorrect, yes, but we're playing the blame game, I see. I remembered the starving people in Chugua village who kneeled down and begged for food. I remembered the soldiers in Mount Huashan who demanded food from us. I remembered Wang Er, Su'er, and Honghua, who were left at the mercy of others. I remembered Isan and Tang's greedy look. I remembered the homeless beggars by the riverside, subject to the vagaries of fate, whatever. I remembered the swine demon's palace, whose buildings were higher than those of the Forbidden City. I remembered those who stood on high in splendor and wealth. I remembered those corpses that piled up all over as I fled from the famine. It's true that I'm Muncie's sworn enemy, but in this decaying dynasty, I am her only. Am I the only sworn enemy? It can't be. She's not the only one who deserves revenge, and I'm not the only one to seek revenge upon. Pfft. My God, this man is huge. We have a common sworn enemy. Someone else loomed behind the demise of our families and all this fighting between us. He hid behind the shelter called Destiny. He claimed to be protected by the heavens. He had been watching us, ridiculing us, and laughing at us as we killed each other. He had remained unnoticed by us, but he was our greatest sworn enemy. Damn. I gritted my teeth and cursed, looking at something reflected in the lake.
你在骂什么？
A sworn enemy.
谁的仇人？
Ours.
少在这故弄玄虚。
How about this?
什么？
I know how I'm going to pay you back with my life.
你到现在还不明白？你怎么还都不够。
Maybe it will be. Hear me out. I said to her in a softened tone. She also softened as she saw me calm down. She was giving me a glare, but at least she was listening to me. Just now I thought about all that happened on our way. I suddenly figured something out. On our way, it's justified for you to see me as your sworn enemy who killed your whole family. But on the other hand, we have a common and greater enemy. I once told you about my story. Long ago, my dad died in the big explosion in the capital. After that, I got together with some other homeless victims and waited for the authorities to look into the explosion and give us an explanation. But more than 10 days passed and they offered us neither explanation nor relief. They said it was an act of heavens and no one was to blame. They asked a group of soldiers to drive us out of the city, claiming that we were a bunch of rebels. The authorities should have provided some money and food to help the victims of the disaster. They promised to do so, but in the end, they didn't keep their word. Later, I heard that the money and food that were supposed to be given to us as relief supplies were all embezzled. The money was used to build a shrine honoring the life of a court owner. They believed there was a well-kept secret. They thought we didn't know about it, but it was a matter of life and death for us. How could we not know about it? After all, I had no place to go. I fled continuously, but life just became even harder and more desperate. I had to become a bandit. I killed your dad and many others. I know I committed all these crimes because I am a bad guy with a bad soul. Maybe I am evil by nature, but I was just wondering if the world was not like this world. You and I, our families, we didn't deserve all this. I killed your dad because I didn't have enough to eat. I was starving. You weren't starving at the point in time when you killed him. What are you talking about, Yang? You could stick to the truth, but okay. Your dad left home for the same reason. The rest of your family died for the same reason. Disaster struck. People in succession, starving corpses filled the ground, the dead outnumbered the living, and we ended up like this. At first glance, it seemed no one was to blame but destiny. Kinda. But why were our families ruined? Well, some people under the same sun were leading a better life during the disaster. You actually get one flashback of him remembering, just seeing him walking through the woods, and he's like, well, Jim. And it takes him. And that's it. And then he takes the pouch. And nothing else. Like, wow. That helped out a lot. Sorry. But why were families ruined? Well, some people under the same sun were leading a better life during the disaster. Why did some people starve to death? Why did others own endless stocks of food during times of calamities? I might have made my peace with that just because I knew fairness is hard to achieve in this world and that people are born different. But hasn't the unfairness gone too far? We've got a bastard like the swine demon. He alone has occupied the land that would sustain tens of thousands of people, indulging in lavish feasts and exotic delicacies all day long, yet he's still insatiable. He's tired of his food. He's tired of playing with everything he has. He even wants to eat the girls from poor families alive. He wants me to deliver the damn girls to him. They claim that they are favored by destiny. They enjoy a life that people like us would never have, and yet they still oppress us to death. They've gone too far. Well, it is they who are greater enemies. It is such a destiny that is our greater foe. My voice was shaking more and more as I uttered each and every word in fury. She looked at me, her lips twitched, her eyes shimmering with a sparkling light. Yeah. What kind of world was this? It was a world of unfairness, and it was too much. It was a world where the humble lived panicked and messy lives. We tried to bite and gulp each other just for some a small piece of silver. But Swine Demon and his like were born to live a life that we could never imagine or achieve. They were born with silver spoons in their mouths, destined for greatness and opulence, living lives of luxury and privilege, far removed from the harsh realities of poverty. They looked down on us, controlled us, toyed with us, and see us as worthless ants. Kill. They should be killed. They deserve death. It is true that I am Mansui's sworn enemy, yet could you stop repeating that? But those hidden behind, hidden above, they are our greatest sworn enemy. They are the true ones I need to destroy. It's simple for me to repay my life. I've long since been an orphan. My life broke up. My family broke up years ago. It doesn't matter even if they want to exterminate 3 or 9 generations of my family, because I'm all by myself. So, I might as well go through with it to the end. I owe you my life, so I'll make use of it to destroy that greater enemy of ours for both our sakes. I'm a sinner who would have died a long time ago. Now I must die for a greater cause. Kill. I'll go kill our sworn enemies in exchange. Kill. I will use my life to prove that the world is wrong, and so are the heavens. I said quickly, never before having felt this thrilled. A surge of hot blood rushed up to my head, and the images of the hero from my childhood fantasies has become clearer and clearer in my mind. I couldn't wait to go and carry out my plan to take revenge on the heavens. A red flag came to my mind. Red, like flames and hot blood. A flag that says Trong. Dashing. Actually, before saying those words, I was quite confused. Right? Right? I don't know, the writing is so inconsistent in this ending, but hey, we'll take it. Let him join the rebels. What could I do if I ran to the south other than being a bandit? A caravan guard? A tenant farmer? Or soldier? I had no idea of what I would have done or where I would have gone in the future. I'm glad that I've made up my mind and came to a conclusion. I ought to bet my life and spend myself, all for the sake of revenge on our greatest sworn enemy. But what is my plan? Should I make a long-term plan and take revenge step by step in a steady manner to maximize the value of my life? Or should I strike while the iron is hot and take revenge immediately? I pondered for a while before a distinct thought came to me. Okay. Receive. Yes, and we save over that. That's fine. We have 2 save files now with that. Oops. Okay, we joined the Dashing General Lee. Because that's the most positive ending, and that's what I'm gonna leave it at. And the rest of the endings can go die. I encountered a man on the mountain. He was dressed like a peasant from northern Shan, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bag on his back. He was leisurely heading towards the west with his head held high and a smile on his face, as if he was thinking of something wonderful. I stepped out from the roadside and asked him for directions. My abrupt appearance startled him. The man took 2 steps back, staring wearily at the blades at my waist, a panicked expression on his face. I reckon he probably took me for a bandit. I didn't want to be misunderstood by him, so I hurriedly explained that I was a wandering hero, traveling around the world. Currently, I was traveling around Shan, but had lost my way because I was not familiar with the area. I wanted to ask him for directions. After listening to my explanation, the man put away his weary look. Right, I would totally not be worried when somebody basically ambushed me and came out, "Hey, I'm the hero." I just want directions, by the way. But I'm the hero. With a laugh, he enthusiastically showed me the way. He talked to me about the village nearby while he gave me directions. He even invited me to come along with him. I nodded and agreed to travel with him. Yeah. To keep myself from feeling lonely, I often talked to him along the way. I told him about my travels from Jiangnan with bridges and rivers to the capital city where the emperor lives. When he heard this, the man was even more amazed because he had never left Shan before. He even wanted to ask me for a favor. He invited me to a meal at his home and wanted me to tell his children about the outside world so that they could learn more. I walked with him for several miles to his house near the town of Gangquan. Dozens upon dozens of golden wheat fields stretched around and along his simple yet cozy home. From the house's entrance, his daughter rushed out and snuggled his leg, showering it with unbridled affection. Why are we living in some weird parallel universe where the drought never happened? Upon seeing me, she hid behind him shyly. He pulled his daughter out from behind him. I smiled at her and she smiled back. She and I both beamed happily in the warm daylight. Weird? I woke up from my fantasy. Everything that just happened was a figment of my imagination. If there were no natural disasters or tyrannical authorities, if this were not a world of chaos, everything would be different. Right, keep telling that to yourself. If only there were a time when everyone had enough to eat and could realize their dreams if they worked hard enough. If we lived in an era like that, Sui's family would have survived and I would have met them as a hero. Right, how wonderful it would have been. But that was only in my imagination. I was nobody. That big explosion took everything from me. I didn't know how to live, just went with the flow. I survived by killing those just as slowly as I was. It sure is. It has been turned up to 11 in this final stretch of the game. Now I understand the review that was like him making up excuses in his head is insufferable. And yes, he is really getting insufferable now. He was okay before. He wasn't as bad, but now it's like, well, it's not my fault. It's the world's fault that I turned out to be a bad guy. I had no choice in that. No. Everything was because there are evil people out there. They forced me into the bandits business. They forced me to kill other people to survive. I didn't know how to live. Just went with the flow. I survived by killing those just as slowly as I was. However, throughout the past month of my journey with her, I realized that I shouldn't live like this, nor should the world be like this. I shouldn't be muddling through the rest of my life. I should risk my life to be a hero. The world shouldn't be filled with despair and starvation. I can't accept such injustices. So I made my choice and told her about my decision. I'm joining the rebel army to pay you back. She looked at me calmly, waiting for me to continue. In today's world, after years of catastrophe, the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer. Gotta love capitalism, plus, well, feudalism doesn't help either. Yay, capitalism! The imperial courts and the rich keep their wealth and watch the poor kill each other. I used to think that the rebel army was wrong. I believe the rebel army overestimated their power and would surely fail, that they would die for nothing and that nothing would be changed, that their revolt was totally pointless. Well, actually, if you think back to our conversation with the rebel leader that we met, then yes, it would sound like he's ready to be more like a suicide bomber squad with his men instead of actually going for the change. But hey, what do I know, right? Now, however, after all the people I've encountered and all the things I've witnessed, I am finally unraveling the truth of the world and discovering my purpose. I owe your family my life, but in the bigger picture, this whole world is to blame for the tragedies of our families. I want to use my life to join the rebel army and fight alongside them to overturn this broken world. So please, let me live for a while longer. If one day I conquer Luoyang with the rebel army and kill the swine demon, in a way I will have repaid my debt to you. When that time comes, I forfeit my life to you so that you may accept your destined retribution. She didn't say a word. Perhaps she was still skeptical of my proposal. It seemed that I still needed to explain more to her. I hope you can trust me. I want to keep my life for now, but not because I fear death. If I were to die killing the swine demon on my own, it would have been a price I'm willing to pay. Then I thought about it again. His palace is heavily guarded and I'm not sure if I could make it. Even if I killed him, nothing would be changed in this world. Give a few decades time and some new swine will take his place. It would be better to join the rebel army and capture Luoyang. Then his death by the Han's world truly changed it. I told her seriously about what I was thinking. She spurned her lower lip. She pursed her lower lip and thought for a moment. Then she started to talk.
我逃荒的时候，听过一些反军做的事。 他们的行径与盗匪无异，也是走到哪抢到哪。抢东西的时候会杀人，我怎么知道你跟了反军能还债？搞不好你会杀更多无辜的人，让原本的债越积越多。
True. Matsui looked at me seriously, questioning my decision to join the rebel army. She was right. The rebel army is not kind in the eyes of the people. Most of the soldiers are no different from bandits. They rob wherever they go. Not only the landlords, but the common people as well. True. Only I was lucky enough to have seen a different group of rebel army. She was with you there, you know? Remember? She was there? In my eyes, they are different, trustworthy. Do you remember that rebel army group we met in Haijo?
记得，我们还给他们演过戏。
Correct. Well, I remember that their flag was a big character Chuang on it. I guess they were the dashing army. I believe their military discipline is strict. After they entered Lija village, they did not commit any crimes against the villagers. Their leader is a decent, just and trustworthy man. I want to make a trip to Jin to look for this dashing General Li and join his rebel army.
他们当时说话算话，演完影子戏后便放了我们，确实不像是土匪的做派。
Chuang army. But yeah, the Xing army definitely doesn't sound like an army you want to go up against. Also, you wouldn't mind going up against because they're all so vain that they have to make sure that they always look dashing in their armor. Oh my god. Yep. She lowered her head and pursed her lower lip in contemplation for a while. After a long time, as if she had made up her mind about something, she spoke again.
也罢，梁爷说的确实有道理，我的仇人不该只有你。
Cool, we added another enemy to her list.
说
Let's
是细
go.
想，致使我家到如今这副田地的，归根结底确实是囤药，还有这当今世道。
But the swine demon isn't even the emperor. He's just family of the emperor, and the emperor is the one that should be doing a lot more stuff to save. Well, okay, I guess he tried. Yeah, the swine demon is the uncle, the royal uncle of the emperor or something. If I remember correctly, it was said at some point. Don't ask me. That was like the one plot point they didn't repeat 500 times over. Once we let out a bitter laugh, while her eyes to hang, as if she was reminiscing about the
我
past.
家本来很守规矩的，每年都会按时交粮。然而那些收粮的官吏却因为邻居跑了，让我们来承担逃者的粮。
Yep, they pocketed that extra grain themselves. What else is new?
没有粮，爹爹才要出远门卖传家宝。没有粮，我们一家人最后才会饿死。
She is so easily convinced by this new way of thinking about the situation. All right. Well, okay, she doesn't want to kill Young, so I guess she's looking for any straw she can hold onto.
我后来也打听过，家里耕的地确实是屯妖所属。他单单在中原地界征粮还不够， 甚至邻近的3弟也有人替他横征暴敛。
Great. And now she is building even more. Sorry, even more of a case against the swine demon. Why was that not brought up
这
before?
么说的话，普天之下，很多人的家破人亡，归根结底确实是他害的。他确实是我最应该复仇的人。
Right. Yep. Go for it. Mansui gritted her teeth and clenched her fists.
行，良夜，我认可你的想法。
Great. Can we move on?
你
I'm
若是投了那
tired.
闯军，有一天能跟着他们打到洛阳，杀了屯妖，我可暂时留你性命。
I can keep your life for now. Very nice of you. Thank you.
毕竟用你这第2仇人的命，去换那第1仇人的命，这奶奶也算不得亏。
Cool. Moving on. She said as she gently raised her eyes and looked at
不
me.
过你不要忘了，我给你的命，
Cool.
只是暂借于你的。等到洛阳城破，屯妖身死的那一天，我一定会来找你的。
Cool.
那时，我一定会来取你的性命。
Cool. She bit her lip and said to me. I was relieved that she accepted my proposal to atone for my sins and that she was willing to call me Master Liang again. Once the swine demon perishes, she will kill me. I accept that. Okay, it's a deal. I'm going to join the dashing army in Jin soon. I'll see you in a few years. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Where are you going now? I was just about to depart when suddenly I became slightly worried about her future.
我大概和逃荒那几年一样，随便走走，活着就行。
Travel around and stay alive. Yep, sounds like easy. An easy to manage plan, I would say, yeah. You're not going to throw your life away, right?
应该不会吧？我还想多活久一点呢。
Cool.
活久点，好盯着良夜是否守约，也好在多年后杀了良夜。
She said quietly, her eyes staring straight at me. She seemed to be quite serious about that. Now I don't have to worry about her trying to kill herself after leaving me. Actually, I thought about taking her with me and joining the rebel army. Then I realized that it's not a good idea. The rebels were all outlaws, chased by the Imperial army all day long. She could easily get killed in the rebel army. She would have a better chance of surviving on her own. Moreover, the dashing General Li may not want me to join his army with a girl. Besides, she's definitely not willing to go with me. She's keeping me alive now, only because she wants me to kill her greatest adversary. I'm merely a knife she's borrowing to kill a man. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't think she's willing to be with me. She's willing to be with her second greatest nemesis.
我想到了。
Wow, they actually looked up some synonyms. Let's applaud them. I don't know. F and chat for the game to actually look up synonyms for the same word. Yay! Oh, I've got it. Well, I was thinking about her future with a heavy heart. She suddenly spoke out as if she had thought of something.
良夜，为了防止我之后想轻生，也为了防止你毁约，不如我们来立一个约吧。
Pact, cool. She suggested in a light-hearted tone. What kind of pact? I frowned in confusion and asked.
以5年为期，若是5年后闯军攻入洛阳，良夜杀了屯妖， 我们就在这里见面。
Mm-hmm. She smiled while extending her hand. She bent her little finger and waved it around as if she wanted to make a pinky promise with me. Pinky promise? I stretched out my hand like she did while trying to recall how to make a pinky promise. I remembered that when adults make a promise, they smear the blood as a sign of oath or swear by heaven. But it is a common practice for two kids to make a promise by interlocking their little fingers while singing a nursery rhyme. What was the rhyme?
拉钩，上吊，100年，不许变。
Okay. I've heard it with the I'll swallow 1,000 needles if I break it or something, but stick a needle in my eye? Uncomfortable. While I was trying to remember the nursery rhyme, she had already interlocked my little finger and was reciting it at the same time. Oh, yeah, that's the line.
喂，梁叶，你也念啊，2个人都念了才算数。
She recited it while urging me. Okay, cross my heart and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. I whispered in a low voice, trailing off as I reluctantly finished reciting the nursery rhyme. And thus, we made our pinky promise. We agreed that within 5 years, I would follow the rebel army to capture Luoyang, kill the swine dealer and meet her here again. I won't let the swine demon live for 5 years. I heard that there are rebel armies everywhere now. Maybe we can capture Luoyang in 3. But the Imperial army is also quite strong. The rebel armies may not capture Luoyang within that time. What if 5 years is not enough? You know, I was about to say it feels like they have a different translator for this section, and now we're back to the broken English. Let's go.
那就10年吧，10年不够就15年，20年。总之，梁叶和我要5年来一次洛阳。
Yeah, for sure. Definitely feels like it, like they threw every sentence in a machine translation program, and it just feels disjointed most of the time. Huh? 10 years? 15 years? You're willing to let me live that long?
愿意啊，反正梁叶活着就是为了帮我报仇，不要半途死了才好。所以呀，梁叶千万不能死了，梁叶只能我来杀，这也是我们的约定。
Good. A promise it is. I laughed softly twice after hearing her words, which I hadn't done for a long time. So this brat still wants to kill me in the end, huh? We sat by the lake for a while longer. Time passed slowly, the wind from the lake gradually dried our soaked clothes. It was almost dusk. We just sat there in silence for a long time. Before it got dark completely, I broke the silence. It's getting late. I need to get out of the city before the gate closes. I have to go. I stood up and picked up my blade. Here's some silver. You'll need it on the way. Once you spend it all, you'll have to make a living on your own. I took out some small silver taels that could keep her alive for some time and put them next to her. I'm leaving. Put on my bamboo head and walked off into the distance. Till the very end, I didn't have the courage to ask her to come with me. Of course, she wouldn't come anyway. Which I still don't know. I knew the answer before even asking the question. Sure. I wouldn't presume that she would actually come with you. But okay. That made the question pointless. In your eyes, maybe. She said she would live as she did when she fled the famine before, but how was that exactly? How did she live back then? She found a lot of people that wanted to help her. Where would she go? With these questions in my head, I set out on a long journey. As I got farther and farther away from her, I seemed to hear her sobbing in a low voice. It was probably my imagination, of course. The Breck doesn't look like someone who would cry over a parting, much less for a sworn enemy whom she wants to flay into 1,000 pieces. 5 years, or 10, or 15 years later, can we really see each other again? Okay. I lowered my bamboo hat to cover my face and hurried out of the city before nightfall. I never returned to Luoyang for many years after this. For 5 years exactly. Let's go. Can we just... 9 years, okay. I thought you were supposed to meet her after 5. Well. Fetch forth oxen and sheep ready heartily, wine mead. Burst out the city gate, the dashing king we celebrate. Burst out the city gate, the dashing king we celebrate. No more grain taxes to pay. The dashing king we celebrate, no more grain taxes to pay. The dashing king we celebrate. Smoke rose in all directions, corpses strewn everywhere. The north gate of Luoyang was opened wide, and the people shouted as they welcomed the dashing army into the city. The red flag with the character Truong was flying on the gate, and the governor was tied up in front of the gate, his face pale. The horses of the dashing army stepped over the corpses of the imperial soldiers and marched neatly through the city gate to the main street of Luoyang. The dashing King Li was at the forefront of the procession on his horse. He was in blue clothes and red cape with his wide-brimmed felt hat on his head. His clothes never changed after all these years. He looked quite imposing, with one hand holding the reins and another held high, waving to the people along the way. I followed him closely behind on my own horse, with my sword at my waist, guarding him. In 1642, the dashing army captured Luoyang. It has been 9 years since my last visit to Luoyang. Many things have happened during those 9 years. I still remember I joined him in 1633. At that time, he was not called the Dashing King, but the Dashing General. After I parted ways with Mansui in 1632, I left Luoyang. That year, I traveled from the Central Plains to Jin. I looked for General Li everywhere before I finally found him. He was very happy to meet me. He asked me why I wanted to join his army now, after, denying it before. Treated me to a feast and took me in as his bodyguard. I fought alongside him over the past few years and believed more and more that he was blessed by heaven. During the same year, I entered Li's army. We joined up with the other rebel armies, but not long after, we were driven out by the Imperial Army and fled for hundreds of miles. But somehow, just as we were on the brink of being wiped out, the main force of the Imperial Army suddenly retreated. We managed to fight our way out. In 1635, we joined forces with the army of 8th Great King Zhang and took Hanzhong City in Shan. We had up to tens of thousands of soldiers. Later, the two main forces of the Imperial Army attacked and we split up in two groups to survive, one heading east and one west. The 8th Great King Zhang's army traveled east and was surrounding the Xinjiang Gorge. The Imperial Army's relentlessness almost finished them off, but they managed to escape by falsely surrendering. We were fortunate enough to not encounter many Imperial soldiers and managed to escape. The following year, we traveled further west. After a few months, we heard that another rebel army captured southern Hebei and dug up the Emperor's ancestral tomb. You know, I'm absolutely not interested in any of this. Can we move on? General Li laughed loudly when he heard and claimed it was a pity. He regretted that having led the army all the way to the west, he was not there in person to witness such a wonderful event. In 1636, perhaps infuriated by the desecration, the Emperor strengthened the Imperial Army with new generals, who won consecutive battles for the government concerning the rebel army. Yeah, you know, it would have been nice if any of that would have happened before, and then I would be maybe a bit more interested in any of this, but now, not so much. I just want it to end. I have no voice left. I am super tired. I'm almost falling asleep here, and the game's like, nah, let me tell you all about it. Yes, absolutely. That year, the then dashing king Yingzhang was defeated and captured by the formidable governor Sun Chongping. He was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts in the capital. And so, the dashing general became the leader of the dashing army, succeeding the title as Dashing King Li. We had our hardest time in 1637 and 38. In those years, the Imperial Army chased us everywhere. We had to travel across grasslands and climb cliffs. Many people died or surrendered on the way. In the end, there were only a few hundred people left. We hid in the Shonglua mountain. I thought that the dashing King Li would give up at that point. After all, his family was dead, and where once tens of thousands were under his command, only a fraction of that number remained. The great King Zhuang, who fought alongside him, had surrendered, and so did Tuanjing, who had followed him for several years. He should have surrendered if he knew what was waiting for him. However, never once had the thought crossed his mind. For him, there were only two endings. Either overturn the way of the world, or die trying. Cool. Can we go back to... okay, no. In 1639, the Central Plains, like Shan, suffered from years of famine. It was said that half of the population died of starvation. At that time, rebel leader Shang rebelled again, and the main force of the Imperial Army had to fight his army in Sichuan. Dashing King Li seized the opportunity, and we fought our way out of Shangla Mountain straight into the Central Plains. Along the way, the dashing army continued to take in starving people. We promised them land equalization and tax exemption. Numerous famished people were attracted by our vision, and our ranks grew more and more. With people that don't know how to wield a weapon, great. 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, 50,000, and 100,000. We traveled all the way south across the Central Plains. Before we knew it, the army had recruited 100,000 soldiers. How are we feeding them all? the dashing king we celebrate. No more grain taxes to pay. The dashing king we celebrate. Yeah, with 100,000 shouting such slogans, we fought our way straight to Luoyang. Make it end! A few days ago, Luoyang was under our siege. The swine demon and the city organized an army troop to defend the city with reinforcements from the imperial court. We had been attacking Luoyang for 2 days and the defending troops couldn't hold on. By robbing from presents. Yep. Push. Oh, someone kidnapped the governor, captured the swine demon, and opened the city gate for us. No. A large ball of flesh crawled quickly on the ground. He wore a tawny imperial robe with a jeweled crown on his head. His belt, carved with dragon, could not hold in all this fat. Yeah, I was wondering, those belts, aren't they like pre-formed and you can't really adjust their width beforehand? So I don't think he would be able to wear this belt, but okay. As he crawled, his fat shook violently. I suspected that this egregious body would tear the big robe apart. That was the first time I had seen the swine demon. Yet, it was hard not to recognize him instantly. In the central plains, where half of the population starved to death, he was probably the only one who could be so fat. One of the dashing soldiers grabbed the swine demon by his collar and pulled him next to dashing King Li. Yeah, for sure. I kind of want to see the Emperor by comparison, just for the lols. They said that the swine demon and his family, seeing that the city would soon be lost, fled this morning. They hid in the temple by the city wall, waiting for someone outside to put a rope down for them so that they could climb over. I don't think he has the strength to do so, but sure. Or the rope would break under his weight. Unfortunately, his son fled very quickly. The dashing army hasn't yet caught him. On the other hand, the swine demon was too fat to climb over the wall despite several attempts and was caught by... He sure is.
我记你以前说过，这松狮子每年都要收几个女王活吃，吃了10几年了。
Correct. Yes, I was meant to deliver some to him myself 9 years ago. You saw those girls in person, brother.
哦，对，我见过，还看你也演过戏了。哎，这些女娃现在咋样了？
For 9 long years I hadn't been able to see them, but I didn't give them to the swine demon that year either. They could be all alive if they're lucky enough.
大哥，我把快杀了这厮！
Yes.
娘的，我家就是因为他派人守粮，全都给饿死了。刚才我去他王府后面看，他一路都比我那饿死的妹妹吃的好，气死我了。
He has a deer? Okay. Weird pet choice. The soldier drew his weapon and pointed it angrily at the swine demon. The swine demon trembled in fear and curled up. He didn't dare to speak. Li said it calmly, despite the rage of the soldier in front of him. The soldier pursed his lower lip, suppressing his anger. After all, it was a military order. They couldn't kill the swine demon if the dashing King Li didn't allow it. I looked at Lee, trying to figure out what he was thinking. It seemed that he had a long-term plan. The swine demon had a high status. Even the emperor in the capital called him uncle. Lee probably wanted to use the swine demon as a hostage and trade with the emperor for something more valuable. But just as I was thinking of the plan Lee had in mind,
不行，不行！他要是这么直接把豚妖杀了，还
Greg,
便宜他狗屎的了。
starve him to death. It'll take a while.
来人，弄一口大锅，把豚妖扒了衣服，撂锅里烧，啊，再抓几个漏锅来。
Can we find a cauldron big enough to fit that guy? I don't think so. But okay. Especially if you want to put him and an entire deer in there. What has the deer done wrong? Let the poor deer live.
今儿个我要好好犒赏兄弟们，看大家叠顿好的，一旦上一下父老爷。
Yeah, okay. Eating the deer sure is fine, but it feels like, yep, they're going to eat him. It seems like. Well, great. Lee smiled and gave the order to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately burst into tears, a hint of crying in his words. All of a sudden, every soldier dashed forward from all sides and started to strip the clothes off the swine demon. The swine demon was so scared that he wet his pants. He started to cry at the top of his voice like a huge fat baby.
本王愧为齐王，你们不能这样。
Well, obviously we can, my dude.
不要俘虏爷，不要俘虏爷！
No pork deer, no roast pork? What? Luoyang is indeed a big city. It's easy to find stuff. The dashing soldiers found a suitable cauldron in a restaurant. They carried it to the front gate of the swine demon's palace. Then Lee ordered soldiers to catch 3 secret deer from the backyard of the swine demon's palace. The swine demon had been stripped of his clothes and gagged with a rag. He was tied with twine resembling a large dumpling. Several soldiers worked together to put him and the 3 deer into the cauldron. I want to see that cauldron. How big is that? It has to be like an entire bathtub in size. We made a more the public bathtubs in the inns we had stayed in this game. Otherwise, how the hell do 3 deer and 1 fat guy that weighs at least 300 kilo fits into 1 cauldron? We made a lot of noise. Soon people came to help. They lined up. Some poured water into the cauldron from the wood buckets they were carrying. Some built up the wood under the cauldron, and some just came by to share a little spice. Some wanted to spit in the face of the swine demon, but was stopped by the soldiers. It would ruin the meal after all. The 3 deer had their throats cut and soon perished. The swine demon was still alive. He kept whimpering in the cauldron as if he was making a final plea for mercy. His face twisted. You know, if I were him, I would defecate inside that cauldron so nobody would want to eat any of that. just saying. The cauldron was surrounded by civilians and soldiers. They would all bear witness to the making of the pork sparrows, a pork deer feast promising prosperity. Lee stepped out from among the soldiers and approached the cauldron.
文耀身为秦王，富甲天下， 倘如此计划，不肯发分毫堂仓，赈济百姓，是为老财。今儿个我把他治了，杀鹿肉20，给诸位弟兄和百姓分20子，愿大家吃好喝好，共享这福禄宴。
Lee held his head high, his red cape behind him fluttering in the wind. He held up a burned torch and shouted to the people and soldiers around. The soldiers were raising their hands in applause as the crowd let out louder cheers, drowning out the swine demon's pathetic whimpering. As if he hadn't heard all this, Lee slowly turned around and ignited the pile of firewood under the cauldron with a burning torch. With a loud bang, the fire blazed up. The fire was a fierce inferno under the cauldron, its vicious orange reflected in the eyes of the people. The eyes of the people were ablaze with red, and they looked at it with burning tears of regret. Perhaps in the flames they saw how their wives and children starved to death, how their houses were burned to the ground, and how the innocent lay headless, their skulls used for embellishing military records. The fire burned for a while. Not long after, the pale ball of flesh in the cauldron began to struggle violently. Despite his mouth being gagged with a rag, he still let out yelps. His voice changed from a soft whimper to the squeal that a pig makes when it guts it, then eventually faded away. The water was steaming and bubbles began to appear. Blood came out into the water from the pale ball of flesh. It first appeared bright red, then turned into an eerie, dark purple color. The ball was getting smaller. What? How does that function? What? The people were cheering, clapping, and bravos gradually drowned out the miserable screams in the cauldron. Shrouded by the people's voices, the swine demon's gurgles became quieter and quieter, and in the end were no longer audible. Almost there. After half an hour, the meal was almost ready. However, the civilians and soldiers were just onlookers. No one would want to taste the meat soup of the swine demon. The soup was too oily. Yellow grease overflowed the cauldron and smelly. Assaulted the nose of whoever dared to approach. No one had the appetite. Oh, Jackson, could you? Meanwhile, the swine demon's granary, where endless grain was piled up, was open to the public. People were lining up to get their share, and they simply couldn't care less about this peculiar feast. Then the dashing soldiers took two tied-up old... I noticed in front of the dashing King Lee, the two older moved back to Lee to give their master, the swine demon, a proper burial, even if they were to be ground to dust. Lee agreed partially. He raised his foot and kicked the two old Onus towards the cauldron and ordered soldiers to stroke up the fire under it. Lee then told the Onus to get what remained of the swine demon out from the boiling water with their bare hands. And the Onus were actually loyal enough to fish out the remains barehanded. The screams drowned out the boiling pot as they fished out all the bones and flesh they could find and put them into wood buckets. I just don't get it. Why are there still people who are willing to go this far for such a bastard as the swine demon? When his evil nature... With his evil nature, how could he really have done good for those guys? Something else came to my mind as I looked at the Onus collecting his remains. Jackson, you stay there now. I don't want to get up and open the door again. What if they bring the remains back to the Ming court and then erect a monument to the swine demon? That way, they can fabricate a story about the cause of the swine demon's death. If the Ming dynasty isn't over... Yeah! This dog, and he'll come back in a second. If the Ming dynasty is overthrown, the swine demon would likely become a heroic lord who withstood the rebels to the bitter end and died for this country, immortalized in historical records many years from now. But I guess there's no need to worry about that. The swine demon was raised in a privileged position. All he did was enjoy his lavish life and produce offsprings. It's a travesty that he grew into a flesh ball of over 500 pounds in the Central Plains, ridden with bodies of starved people. Someone like him, could one ever believe that he fought the dashing army, spear in hand, and died fighting with all his might? No. The city of Luoyang was captured and the swine demon was killed. I fulfilled my promise to Mansui. After the promise was fulfilled, it was as if the string that had been tied to my soul suddenly crumbled, leaving me relieved. However, along with the feeling of relief came the feeling of loss. At this moment, it seems like there's no meaning left, no matter what I do. All I want now is to meet Mansui and tell her all about what happened. I want to tell her the good news that I did indeed keep my word after 9 years of struggle, that I gave it my all and that I've finally fulfilled my promise. So, several days later, I went to the lake which, 9 years ago, we had set as our meeting place, and then to the inn where we had stayed. I went to all the places I remembered about going to with her, hoping to find her. You're a bit late, my dude. However, after searching, after almost a week of searching, she was still nowhere to be found. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Every 5 years, she told you. You messed up. These places, bustling to others, were empty to me. There were dashing soldiers, enjoying feasts to celebrate the victory, and commoners making fires to cook. Everyone was excited and joyous, but she was absent from all of this liveliness. I walked through these places as if I were an onlooker. My heart grew emptier and emptier. She has probably broken her promise. My dude, no! You broke your promise! On second thought, it makes sense. We agreed to meet every 5 years. Now, 9 years have passed and the promise may not be valid to her anymore. She was 14 years old then, but now she's 23. She's probably gotten married long ago and can't travel easily. Even if she is still single, why would she come to Luoyang again for me, her sworn enemy? Over the past 9 years, I gave a lot of thought to the worst case scenario. Perhaps she died long ago without me even knowing. She might have died 2, 4, 5 or 6 years ago. After we parted, the natural disasters in the Central Plains never stopped, and the world became catastrophically distorted. Drought was followed by flooding, which was followed by locusts and then plague. Still, okay. This country kinda never gets a break, huh? There were rebel armies everywhere. Most of them were not as disciplined as the dashing army. They were no different from bandits who raped, pillaged and killed. Besides rebel armies, some official soldiers would also kill the innocent people to fake military exploits. They rode their horses through the villages, where they would burn all of the houses to the ground, slaughter all the villagers and cut off their heads as false rebel heads to claim rewards. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people lost their lives due to the natural disasters. I've seen far more dead than living along the way. Starving corpses littered the ground, wails of the suffering choked the air, wild dogs gnawed human flesh and wind weathered bones. Yeah, right? Would be too easy, come on. Give the game a break. She was only a 14-year-old girl back then. She tried to survive on her own after all these years. No, you haven't understood yet. She was 14 back then. How could she survive? How could I have expected her to survive? The thought that she might have died long ago made me feel powerless. At that moment, everything I did in the last 9 years felt pointless. The city of Luoyang was captured and the swine demon was boiled. The dream I've had for years had come true, but I can't feel even the slightest bit of joy. Why didn't I ask her to come with me back then? I should have at least brought it up to her. Not only that, not only did I not try to ask her to come with me, I didn't even bid farewell to her. I left in a hurry after chatting with her. I just said a few words to her casually. It may well have been our last meeting in this life. And she was only 14. In front of the Swine Demon's palace. Dashing King Li was staring at a team of his soldiers handing out food and weapons to the people. The dashing army has already been in Luoyang for a few days to forestall an imperial army counterattack. They're training some civilians to defend the city alongside them. Li has been occupied, busy with one thing after another, non-stop. I waited for almost an hour before I finally got a chance to strike up a conversation with him. Brother, I've got something to tell you. I'm going to kill myself now.
咋嘞？有事说。
I'm leaving the dashing army.
啊？咋真突然？娘，你这是要死不存钱？
No, everything has been great in the army. Brother, you've been good to me. The other brothers are also good people. Before I joined the army, I said that I was going to fulfill a promise in the first place. The city of Luoyang has been captured and the swine demon slain. Now that my promise has been fulfilled, it's time for me to leave.
哦，我想起来了。当时你来投军时候说过，你说你原来把人家女娃她打傻了，你把人娃骗了，让她暂时不要杀你，等你杀了吞药再杀你，对着不？
Yes. No, I wasn't deceiving her at the time, but that was about right.
哎，那你见着过个女娃了没有？
No. So many years have passed. She probably died long ago in the tumult of this war. Still, I'm leaving the dashing army. After all, it was the idea of capturing Luoyang and killing the swine demon that kept me going. Now that we've made it, it's time for me to go.
这都实现了，你错了，咱的愿望还没实现嘞。咱还要继续买东边大，买南边大，咱要赶走所有的狗官恶霸，让所有人都过上好生活。娘，你应该跟我继续打，咱不为别的。 就为了公平的、能吃饱饭的天下而打。再一个，真多苦日子都过来了，你这个时候走了多可惜啊！
My throat hurts so much. I want it to end.
等以后，我当了皇上，给你封官，赐给你耕不完的地，再跟着我坚持打一会儿就好了，啊
Brother, I also long to see that world, but I've really lost the heart to fight on. Besides, I don't want anything. Brother, just be a good emperor, but don't let so many people starve to death again. That way, these 9 years of my life will have been worth it. I smiled slightly and said to Lee. Lee didn't say anything after hearing what I said. He sighed and patted my shoulder to show his approval of resignation. And without his bodyguard, he died in the next war. After I bid farewell to Lee, I planned to leave Luoyang. Lee gave me some jewelry and silver tails, a calabash filled with fine liquor, and a swift horse. Why would you give him liquor if he's going on a journey? You should give him water. Gallons of it. He wanted to see me off, but he didn't because there was too much for him to deal with. I didn't inform the other brothers who were close to me in the dashing army. I just wanted to leave quietly. So I left the same way I had joined. Alone. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. I rolled out of the city, the horses' hooves stirring up dust from the ground. After walking along the Chun River for a while, I soon reached the Luo River. I've heard that people in ancient times often pointed to the Luo River as they made vows, but people today rarely do so. I've also heard that the Cao Chi, who was a well-known poet born in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, wrote a famous poem named The Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. When I was a kid, my dad used to read that poem to me. I've long forgotten the details. All I can remember is that the poem is about Cao Chi in a trance, encountering the goddess of the Luo River. Cool. Moving on. I rode my horse and galloped along the riverbank for a long time. After about an hour, I suddenly realized that there was no point in traveling without a destination, so I pulled the reins and stopped the horse. I dismounted and tied the reins to a tree by the Luo River. I walked along said river while drinking liquor from the calabash that Lee had given me. Great. The strong liquor went down my throat, scorching like wildfire. It then hit my stomach and rushed up to my head, making me feel dizzy. I rarely drink liquor and don't have a great capacity, so I soon got drunk. My body felt light and my hands and feet didn't seem to belong to me anymore. I staggered by the lake as if I were walking on a bale of cotton. Suddenly, I heard the sound of water dripping, as if something had fallen onto my bamboo head. Rain? It's raining? I never would have expected rain in the Central Plains. For the last couple of years, rain had been absent. Now, all of a sudden, it started to rain. For a moment, I couldn't even believe it was rain. I had the illusion that it was human blood dripping down from somewhere onto my head. Now that I think about it, totally besides the point, but we absolutely wasted those deers by throwing them in the pot with that swine demon after nobody then ate the soup because he made everything too fatty. Like, what the fuck? Those poor deers were killed for nothing. Yo. Rain. That's truly rare. I laughed softly and tossed my calabash away with a flourish. I leaned backward and fell to the ground on my back. Well, technically the army did not eat people. There were people that ate people, but that was the swine demon, that one village. Okay, Mansui also ate people, and the ghouls, but he weren't that. You know, this chapter, this stream started out with Mansui eating her brother and her mother. Yay! I leaned backwards and fell to the ground on my back. My head covered my chest, my sword set to the side. And I just closed my eyes and drifted off. I am properly drunk. Yeah, you already stated that you are drunk. At this point, I don't want to think about the things that bothered me. I'll be honest, if in a soup I can see like this thick layer of fat, I wouldn't eat it either. So I can absolutely understand them being grossed out by too much fat in their soup thanks to the swine demon, but kind of their own fault. At this point, I don't want to think about the things that bothered me. I feel so fatigued. I just want to lie on a cloud bed and sleep among the stars. Do I know you? After dozing for a while, I thought I heard someone calling me. I opened my eyes and glanced at where the voice came from. Drizzling rain fell softly into the river. There was a small boat moored. Moored? A boatman in a straw raincoat was holding his pole and calling out to me from a distance. Having fun. I can lie down wherever I want. Why do you care? The boatman asked, but I was in no mood to answer. Thanks for worrying about me. Oh, Mansui, long time no see. Who asked you to pick me up? Stupefied, I squinted my eyes and sobered up in an instant. The boatman sat playfully as he raised his chin and pointed to the cabin. A young lady? I got back on my feet in a hurry, no longer feeling drunk, and hastened towards the boat cabin. At that moment, a girl poked her head out of the cabin and walked out with an open umbrella. She was wearing a long aqua blue dress with a white sash tied around her waist. The rain soaked the hemline of her dress but left no trace in her cascading black hair. That she has, yeah. I'm just worried that she worked in that red light district. But okay. The rain's With effortless grace, she leisurely stepped out of the cabin, raising her eyes to meet mine. At that very moment, the wind seemed to have died, and even time was frozen. The trees on both sides of the Lua River stopped swaying, and the raindrops in the sky hovered mid-air without falling onto the ground. I surveyed the familiar yet unfamiliar face through the emotionless curtain of rain. I tried to call out her name, but couldn't utter a word, as if something was stuck in my throat.
Liang Ye.
She smiled softly, showing 2 cute dimples. She called out my name before I did hers. Phew. The frozen flow of time thawed the moment she called out my name. The wind once again began to blow against the rest along the river, and the leaves rustled. The rain began again to fall incessantly, spreading ripples of on the surface of the river.
凉夜，下着雨呢，别着凉了。
Yes, thank you for telling me.
来，跟我进船舱吧。
Thank you for inviting me in. Oh no, how indecent. An unmarried man and woman together in one tiny cabin. She stepped out of the cabin and covered our heads with the open umbrella. She reached out and held my hands, baffled I was let into the cabin. Well, I probably shouldn't call her Brat anymore. 9 years have passed. She has now grown into an elegant beauty. The boatman hummed a fisherman's tune in a low voice while rowing the boat. It was drizzling and the boat carried us afloat over the Lure River. She and I sat face to face. She lit an incense among the smoke. She picked up a teacup with her slender hand and poured me a cup of tea. I thought I would never see you again. Why didn't you show up at our agreed place? I broke the ice first. I was too nervous to control my voice and almost sounded like I was blaming her.
船河太小了，船开不进去。而且，我才刚听闻闯军攻下洛阳的消息，从旁边的镇子坐船过来需要时间。我和良夜还是有缘呢。你刚要走远，我便在路上接到你了。看来是天意不让我们错过。
That's what happened, right? By the way, she was once 14. Can you imagine? She chuckled softly and handed me the cup of tea. You've been living in the town nearby for the past few years?
没有，我去过很多地方，只是在洛阳附近住的最久。
Can you really remember that she was once 14?
我经常会打听洛阳城的消息，以便来找你赴约。
She took a sip of tea. I followed suit. My drunkenness was almost gone. However, something else suddenly occurred to me. The plan was for her to take my life as we agreed upon 9 years ago. Could the tea be poisoned? Well, probably not. I think she would do it in another way if she wanted to kill me. You've changed a lot. Not much taller, but an adult now.
毕竟这么多年了嘛。
Oh my god, I really have no voice left. I think I'll have to take a break tomorrow if my voice doesn't come back.
话说，良夜觉得我好看了吗？
Yeah, you sure do. You didn't change that much, but yeah, sure. Not bad. You were skinny. Too skinny back then. And too young. Too young. But not anymore. You look better now. What do you think of me? Have I changed much?
良夜打了这么多年仗，沧桑了许多。不过，总体还是和我记忆中的样子差不多，没怎么变。
Well, I figured you're 23 now, right? I figure. Are you married?
还没嫁呢。
I waited for you. Well...
良夜呢？打仗的时候娶妻了吗？
When was he supposed to get to know somebody and marry them? No, I was too busy fighting.
也是。
And so we chatted for a while. This whole conversation sounds super awkward. I don't think they have anything to talk about other than their revenge plans earlier. But okay, I guess they're fated to be together. Let's go. It's a surprise that the brat didn't get married. She's well dressed. I guess she must be doing well. This made me more and more curious about how she survived all these years. At the same time, I wanted to share with her the stories of my years with the dashing army. There was so much that I wanted to talk to her about. However, before that, there's one thing to bring up first. I was in the rebel army for 9 years. Now Liu Yang has been captured and the swine demon is dead. I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now, my life is yours. So, Did you come here to kill me? After drinking another cup of tea, I suddenly asked her seriously.
是啊，我是来杀良夜的。父母之仇不得不报，良夜的命，我早晚都要收的。
Cool. Just as I expected. She was here to kill
不
me.
过，9年没杀良夜，如今我也不会急于一时。
No.
这样如何？我再给良夜宽限一段时间，良夜把想做的事都做了，了却了所有心愿后再死吧。
Cool. Thank you. Can I die now? I stared at her blankly. Her words surprised me a bit, but somehow I had the feeling that she would say something like that. She showed mercy to me once again, but my wishes? What more wishes could I have? On second thought, I do have one wish. I had been so disheartened that I didn't want to do anything before I met her again. Now, however, this wish springs up all of a sudden. Well, thank you for your generosity and for keeping your sworn enemy alive for now. I've thought about my wishes for a long time, and this is the only one. I want to make a trip to Haizhou first and ask Kite about how the other girls are doing. It's been 9 years. Hong'er, Sir, and Kyonghwa. They must have grown up just like you, right? I'm sort of curious about how they've turned out. Have they gotten married? I'd like to know what they are doing. Then I can die without regret.
他们的近况我知道的。
I want to see it for myself, asshole. You do?
翠儿和红儿都没嫁人，琼华嫁人了，大家都还活着呢。
I'm glad.
因为琼华嫁人了，又是北方边境，想和她见面不太容易。
Sad.
不过翠儿、红儿的话，我们可以去扬州找他们。
Cool. Yangzhou? They're not in Haizhou anymore. And how do you know all
5
of
年
this?
前我去找过一次渊姐姐，记得当时境地很乱，渊姐姐便打算带他们往南方逃。几个月前，我还收到过他们的书信，说他们目前在扬州的一家茶楼里，让我有空时去找他们。啊，信中还提到，红儿和翠儿如今在茶馆里给人演影子戏。
They watched us do it once and they now know how to do it? Okay, cool.
不知他们演的如何，我倒是挺想看的。
Great. Yangzhou is a nice place. Let's go there together, I guess. In the past few years, Jiangnan hasn't suffered from disasters and it's beautiful. I've wanted to live there since long ago. So, let's go to Yangzhou together. After we meet them in Yangzhou, I'll have no regrets. You can kill me then.
好呀，那便说好了。等那时我再杀良夜。
Okay, maybe I should have gone for the double suicide. Let's go. She responded with a chuckle. I couldn't figure out what was on her mind. She handed me another cup of tea. I drank the tea slowly while looking out of the window. I didn't know what to say to her at the moment.
良夜，
Huh? Unexpectedly, she put down her cup and began to talk.
其实这么多年来，我跟别人提起我的名字，一直都是说岁。唯独良夜，我说了全名，是叫满岁。
So she actually told us her real name. Huh? Why only me?
当初我就是觉得，要让仇人知道我的全名，我才没有白复仇。
You're just being hopeful.
如今怎么想的，我也不知道了。话说回来， 良也觉得怎么样？
About what?
你喜欢满岁还是岁？
Mansui, I guess. I like Mansui.
啊，
Mansui, Mansui, Mansui. I repeated her full name several times. She remained silent and pretended that she didn't hear me calling out her name. She laughed softly every now and then. I didn't know what she was so happy about. Her eyes wandered out the window as she sipped her tea. Something seemed to be on her mind. Of course, she was once 14. I will not forget. I took a sip of my tea and looked toward the direction of her gaze. A hint of a smile appeared unconsciously on her face. What awaits us? Will it be a smooth trip to Yangzhou? This looks like an ending fade out, yes? Maybe? I don't know. What should we do when we get to Yangzhou? How am I going to face her along the way? I don't know that either. Would she really kill me after I fulfill my last wish? I still don't know. But there's something I do know. She is alive, here and now. I can still be with her and watch her live. That alone is the best thing for me. In the light drizzle, Mansui and I drifted toward Yangzhou on the small boat. We embarked on a new journey in the turbulent days of the late Ming Dynasty. Yay! True ending, living life together. Fin! Cool. There's no after credit scene, I hope. This game is dedicated to those fighting for no more starving. Okay. And to you, our players. I'm only now getting credits? Yep. Okay, cool. I'm only now getting credits after so long. I saved China! Well, time to save it again, I guess. You know, I can understand that they wouldn't force people to sit through the credits multiple times, but all things considered, after the first ending, if you play through it completely until you get to the point where you need to have had some bad ends before so you can unlock the rest of it. Such bullshit, I tell you, but okay. I would have been fine with getting credits to that and make them skippable afterwards. I have no idea if they're currently skippable. But I guess those are all Kickstarter? Backers? Judging by the names? Right, no idea. But yeah, overall, I did have fun with the game, but I like it. A few more light-hearted scenes would have been nice. Yeah, they wanted to hammer home how dark and depressing those times were and how everyone was struggling. I get that, but oh my god. Every time I ended the stream after one of those depressing episodes, I just was like, okay, cool. Now I have to go to bed with a bad feeling. I was always happy when I could end it after a positive section, like, I don't know, them showing their shit of like the girls and all that. But yeah, this ending really felt dragged out. Okay, well, this is getting loud. Okay. With the added historical chill out music, thank you.
火爱无敌，深烟断如许。红过无际，冰过如刀。
Lol. I was like, okay, I'm gonna turn it down for myself because it's super loud. And I currently have my, using my headphones, have it on 4. And when I go down to 2, there's nothing. And it's super loud on 4. I don't know what's going on there, but okay, guess no volume for me. Let's go. Louder now, yep. Lazy 77. Overall, I'm quite happy with the soundtrack of this game. Like, okay, they only had like 3 music pieces, but they weren't bad. I don't think you got to hear them all that much. I had the game really quiet, I believe, but believe me when I tell you, it was nice. Is the song over? Guess not. It's super crazy how loud that song is. Probably. Well, we can skip. Oh, this sounds like the end of the song. I just, you know, I regulated the music down to -20 decibels. Okay, we're back to the normal music. -20 and we're still so loud. Okay. Yeah, if this is really just the Kickstarter people, then I'm gonna skip this. And bye! Okay, let's look at the extras. Did I miss anything? Doesn't look like. Why do we need... Okay, different facial expressions. I see. I love how they really thought of how to show, yeah, they are eating stuff. Oh yeah, look at this. This is the tongue soup. Isn't it delicious? these three that I've got to see so many times. I'm probably missing, yep, from the other ending. 5. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh my god. Almost 6 hours. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I had to do like 4 different endings that had nothing to do with the final ending just to get to it. But come on, give me a break. What the fuck? Ah, my voice. I know. Oh god, 6 hours of loud reading. That hurts my throat. You get used to it. Like, you get used to it, but yeah, I don't know if I do my reading voice, that seems to hurt my throat more than when I just normally talk. That's why I also took some breaks where I just talk normally, just to give my throat a break. Even though it's my same voice and I don't know what I'm doing different when I'm reading out loud, but apparently whatever I'm doing is not good for my throat, so raspy voice tomorrow. Let's go. Not sure. Oh my god. I feel so light too. Playtime 22.3 hours. What was that, about 11 hours to finish this game? I didn't even stop that many times to talk about stuff. I would say. Sure, I did comment on stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I don't feel like I did that all that often for this game. I definitely took more time and metaphor to just talk about random bullshit. So oh my god. It was long. Yeah, they could have absolutely cut out so much and it would have been fine. Yeah, it started good with us, with just, 9 years passed and we are entering the city. Cool. And then they just added an unnecessary wall of text elaborating what they did in those 9 years. I did not need to know that. I absolutely did not need to know that. If they had, I don't know, put more emphasis on the goings on during that time in other regards or in other parts of the story, sure, I might have been interested, but the way it was done was like, okay, cool, you're just gonna throw years at me and tell me, we went there. Oh, this dude that I have no knowledge of, never met. Oh, they almost died. Oh, sad. Okay, moving on. Oh, and they joined the army back into the army. The start of the chapter was like, yeah, 9 years passed, and oh, we're entering Luoyang, and they tied up the swine demon for us already. Great. And then they went into that whole history shebang. The unnecessary part of it all. If they just, I don't know, they probably they probably messed something up and were like, okay, yeah, 9 years passed. Oh, but we have to tell them. I guess let's go back in time. This whole story was a mess. I will say most of it was probably more so the translation than the story writing itself. Using the same words over and over again. or the same two sentences repeated in different ways for some sections where I was like, okay, cool. Didn't we go over that fact already? Thank you. Oh well. Oh well. It still was. Maybe. It was still a fun enough time. But if I were allowed to proofread, I would have probably cut like half the script. Yeah. I just don't get why it's overwhelmingly positive currently and forever. Like, it's, as I said, it's not a bad game, but they could have done a lot more with it, and I feel like the dynamic between characters was weird most of the time. Like, yeah, sure, Mansui was 14 and not 9/11, like she said. Yeah, probably. Only weirdos play this game, I see. Which, of course, would make her seem a bit more adult-ish in the eyes of the others, but still, her weird ways of I don't know, delivering some of her ideas and coming up with stuff and being so mature sometimes and then so childish the next. Like, yeah, absolutely, she's a teenager. Of course she would be, but she came across as like an adult in a child's body that then suddenly realized, oh, I'm actually a child. Forgive me. Oh yeah, but then there's this, totally instant. Well, overwhelmingly positive. According to Steam. I would put it at good. With if somebody looked over the translation, I would then bump it up to very good. But currently, in its current state, it's good. I can let people can tell people, yeah, you can play this game if and there are big ifs, you're fine with the subject matter. Otherwise, steer clear. And especially if you're fine with sexualizing a little girl. That we only learn later is 14, which still doesn't make it better. Or less weird, but it makes it a bit better that she's at least considered an adult for that time. She's 14. But yeah, it still comes across as super weird that you have a bathing scene with her, you change her shoes, you constantly, he comments on her figure, how it looks when when the wet clothes hang on her or drape around her body. I'm sorry. when she gets wet by something. So yeah, she absolutely is getting sexualized. That did not happen to the other girls. So in the author's head, she definitely was an adult when they were writing it, but the way they presented her, she was not, which... can we please get the facts straight? Thank you. Don't forget, she's 14. Oh well. Oh well. Now, let me rest my voice. And depending on how well my throat is doing, we shall start with Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Resty. I'm gonna resty it. Yep, don't you worry. I still have to figure out how to make those voices louder, but I'll find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. All right. As always, thanks for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Take care, and bye-bye.